Welcome to Most Wanted Music 2025. So just to get a vibe, if you're feeling good, maybe some hands up like this. Yeah, just hands. I like that. I like that. Thank you, Ilham, for the beautiful performance. My name is Danilo Tim. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm your host for today. I'm very excited to be here. It's an absolute pleasure to see you all, artists, innovators, dreamers, activists, gathering again here in Berlin. Some would say the heartbeat of transformation, of creative transformation. And this year's theme is transform. It's a simple word, but a powerful call. Not only to adapt to change, but to also actively design the future of music across culture, business, and technology. Because transformation doesn't happen just through us, but through us in how we think and create and connect. And I have to say this theme feels very deeply close to me as I'm migrating from music to driving fast cars. I'm kidding. But I'm actually shifting, as many of you maybe are in the last year or months. Has been difficult also as an independent artist. I've been shifting projects, how I deal with projects, doing new things, also started DJing. I'm stepping out of some projects, and I think maybe many of you identify with these changes. That's why this is an important theme. It's exciting, but also humbling because, of course, it's a new path, right? And we get scared, and we don't know. So I'm sure we're going to connect in that. Yet we'll hear throughout today, in those moments of uncertainty, innovation and real growth begins. So over the next few hours here in the Kesselhaus stage, we'll meet people who are transforming the music world from every angle, okay? From industry leaders rethinking business models and artist relationships, to activists using music for social impact, to creators building healthier, more conscious spaces for nightlife and performance. Together, we're going to explore how to make our music ecosystem not just stronger, but fairer, more sustainable, and more connected. Before we dive in, there's something I would like to share with you. It's important for me as a queer person, the awareness concept we have here in Most Wanted Music. We want to be a place for inclusion. It's hard to say a safe space, but a braver space for everyone to express themselves and feel nice here, right? So we want to be nice to each other. We have an awareness team that you're going to identify with red backpacks with a yellow A, so you can reach out to them if you also experience something. You can reach any of us, but you can also leave an anonymous note and feedback. And it's just important that we try to have a space where everybody can express themselves with respect, love, and care. Okay? So a few quick practical notes for today before we start. There's going to be always Q&A afterwards, and you can put your questions in the swap card. This app that you can connect with everyone is amazing. You see everyone's faces and profiles, and I'm going to be getting the questions from there. If you don't have, we're going to try to get the conversation going, create some things, okay? We try to keep the time also because we have a lot to tackle today. And most importantly, take time to connect with each other. I think Most Wanted is really about that, right? Not only to other artists, change makers, like I said, but all the different niches that are here together. This is very special. I see so many beautiful faces, people that I met throughout the world that are here, excited to be here and connect with you. So to begin this journey of transformation together, I'm honored to introduce the people who helped make this gathering possible, which are going to be now Olaf Kretschmer, co-founder of the Club Commission and chairman of the Berlin Music Commission, Lindy Delight, head of programming of Most Wanted Music and a transformation coach herself, and Stefan Hengst, which is director of Most Wanted Music, a creative leader who's been connecting music, tech, innovation in powerful ways. So give me a warm welcome for Lindy Delight, Stefan Hengst, and Olaf Kretschmer. Welcome.
Ja, schönen guten Tag, schönen guten Morgen. Wir freuen uns, dass ihr den Weg zu uns gefunden habt. Wir haben da draußen die Sonne angemacht, damit es ein bisschen einfacher ist. Ne, ein bisschen schön. Mein Name ist Olaf Kretschmer, ich bin Vorstand der Berlin Music Commission. Wir führen die Most Wanted durch. Herzlich willkommen zur Most Wanted Music 2025. Das Thema ist Transformation. Das ist uns äußerst wichtig. Wir wissen, dass wir die Musikbranche öffnen müssen, ändern müssen. Wir müssen sie diverser machen, inklusiver, transparenter. Und nicht nur aus moralischen Gründen, nicht nur aus ethischen Gründen, sondern auch um zukunftsfähig zu werden, auch um die Kräfte des Kulturgutes Musik zu befreien, um innovativer zu werden. Das ist wichtig. Wir haben uns in der Vergangenheit schon in mehreren Stufen mit dem Thema Transform befasst, die sich alle überlagern. Das ist niemals abgeschlossen. Der erste Schritt war die digitale Transformation. Das nächste war Diversität, Nachhaltigkeit, der nächste Schritt. Jetzt sind wir gerade dabei, die Musikbranche für die Jugend zu öffnen. Da drüben im Franz-Club findet gerade ein Jugendfestival statt ab 9 Uhr. Wir wollen junge Menschen auf Augenhöhe in die Branche begleiten und wollen ihnen realen Gestaltungsraum anbieten. Und es wird der nächste Schritt im Transformationsprozess wird die Öffnung der Musikbranche zu einem Music Ecosystem sein. Also wir werden uns verbinden müssen mit allen Existenzweisen von Musik auf einer lokalen Ebene in der Stadt. Das heißt mit Universitäten, mit Hochschulen, mit Forschenden im Bereich Musik, mit Themen wie Chören, wie Laienmusik, also viele Felder. Und wir werden vor allem aufhören müssen, glaube ich, musikalische Genres zu diskriminieren, weil sie angeblich künstlerisch nicht wertvoll sind. Aus Sicht mancher Leute ist die gesamte Popularmusik darunter fallend. Das sehen wir natürlich nicht so. Andere sehen aber auch Folkmusik, Countrymusik und Schlager kritisch. Das ist nicht okay, weil diese Musikstile sind für viele Menschen sehr wichtig. Sie sind für ihre Identitätsentwicklung sehr wohl sehr relevant und wir sollten damit respektvoller umgehen und uns insgesamt viel breiter aufstellen. Erst wenn wir das machen, können wir da draußen der Politik, der Gesellschaft, den Medien klar machen, welche große Rolle Musik in unserer Welt spielt, wie entscheidend sie ist und welche gesellschaftliche Wirksamkeit hat. Musik ist Zusammenhalt. Jeder Mensch, der sich mit Musik befasst, tritt in Kontakt zu anderen Menschen. Also egal, ob man zu Hause im Keller probt oder in die Oper geht, im Club die ganze Nacht tanzt, ein Konzert hört, man begibt sich in Kontakt zu anderen Menschen und Zusammenhalt ist das, was der Gesellschaft da draußen gerade abgeht, was gerade fehlt, was gerade schwierig ist. Musik ist in diesem Kontext total wichtig und ich denke, auch deswegen ist es wichtig, dass wir uns mit diesem Thema Transform befassen. Lindy hat ein tolles Programm zusammengestellt mit 200 Speakern und wir sind sehr gespannt, was ihr herausfindet, wie ihr das ganze Thema Transformation neu aufstellt.
Hi everyone, this is it, the moment where the future of music begins to take shape. Welcome to Most Wanted Music 2025. I am Lindy Delight, I'm the head of programming for this year's edition, and it's really an honor to open these days with you. As mentioned before, the theme this year is simple to say, but also challenging to live, and that is transform. I chose this theme for two reasons. First, because the music industry is in a profound period of transformation. The way we create, distribute, experience, and value music is shifting in real time. From AI to live events, from rights and revenues to representation and safety, the ground beneath us is consistently moving. Second, because transformation has also been the thread running through my own year. Alongside my work in the industry, I stepped into my path as a transformation coach. That decision asked me to line up my work with my values and in a much more and deliberate way. I wanted this conference to reflect the same alignment, what we talk about on stage, what we work behind the scenes, and the impact we create and the way we want to change the world. But of course, transformation is not a solo act. This is about us, together, choosing how we meet change. This year, Transform is not a slogan. It really is a process that runs through every level of Most Wanted Music. You will feel it in the program content and the way the event itself is evolving from the inside out. We've designed a lineup that treats transformation in its real complexity: professional, personal, technological, and cultural. You will see sessions on AI and creative sustainability, conversations about new leadership models and future-ready business strategy, gatherings that sit in the crossroads of club culture, social justice, tourism, and city development. All throughout of this very intentional focus has been on diversity. Because change without inclusion does not create the kind of future this industry actually needs. And on the topic of diversity, I am very proud to tell you that this year's program is made up of about 55% women, which is a huge, thank you. And this is a really huge accomplishment in music conferences all around the world. In addition, our program is made up of roughly 35% people of color, which is also a massive achievement for music conferences, especially in Germany. I really had the intention to challenge my team to go above and beyond to research and present speakers from underrepresented communities. It's important for these stages to represent the current and future landscape of the music industry. As the head of programming, my focus has been creating more structure as well and long-term scalability so that future editions can grow from a clear and strategic baseline. To hold all of this, we work with 4 interconnected verticals: business, scene, social impact, and NextTech. Business, because modern monetization, touring strategy, and smart funding decide whether creative work can truly sustain life and a team. Social impact, because diversity, fair pay, wellness, and sustainability determine whether our progress is shared, fair, and humane. And NextTech, because AI, Web3, and new experience tech are redefining how music is created, discovered, experienced, and owned. Scene, because nightlife, venues, and local collectives hold the economies, the memories, and politics of music in real communities. And you will see these 4 verticals in swap card as you go through all of the sessions. And we've also experienced with different formats that reflect transformation in action. Alongside panels and keynotes and workshops, you'll find a stronger emphasis on interactive sessions. One of the formats I'm especially excited about is the fishbowl. So for those of you who don't know what a fishbowl is, imagine a circular setup, say in the middle of this room here. So the speakers will be sitting in a circle, and there'll be an empty chair. And that means that one of you, someone from the audience, can step in and join the conversation. So this breaks the usual distance between the stage and the crowd, and it allows new perspectives to move into the center. It turns attendees into contributors. And this is what transformation looks like in practice: sharing space, loosening the hierarchy, and learning from one another in real time. Because at its core, Most Wanted Music 2025 Transform is about how we use music's unique power as humanity's love language to design the future of this ecosystem. We are not here as passive observers, watching trends roll all over us. All of us here are the engineers, the architects, and the creative builders of what comes next. Over the next days, I would invite you to ask yourself a few questions. The first is, where am I resisting change that could actually expand my work and my impact? Where does my leadership need to evolve, not just for my own success, but for the communities and the cultures that I interact with? And the third, what am I willing to transform in how I collaborate, how I share power, or how I design opportunities for others? Because success is measured on the decisions you make when you go home, the partnerships that you start here and carry forward, the policies that you rewrite, the artists that you start to back, and the safer spaces you build. It's really about the long-term changes that you commit to. So before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the people who made this all happen. I want to first thank my incredible program team: Lena, Matthias, Sophia, Anna, Antoine, and Myrna. I am so proud of you. And I'm so incredibly proud of what we built together. And I'm so grateful that all of you will get to see what we've been shaping for so many months. And then, of course, I want to thank the production crew, marketing team, volunteers, and everyone else on the team who have poured an enormous amount of care, detail, stamina into this event. They remained committed, made tough calls, redesigned plans when circumstances shifted, and held their standards and spirits really high throughout it all. I am beyond proud of all of you. So thanks to your speakers as well. Thank you for your time and expertise and for your trust in Most Wanted Music. And to all of you for being here. Thank you for bringing your questions, your curiosity, your knowledge, and your courage. Let's use these days to connect across disciplines and leave this space a little more honest, a little more aligned, and a lot more ready to create change with real, lasting impact. Welcome to Most Wanted 2025. Welcome to Transform.
All All right, good morning everyone. Also from my side, my name is Stefan Hengs. I'm the director of Most Wanted Music since its beginning. It's our 12th year this year, I think, 5th time here at Kulturbrauerei. Welcome everyone. I'm really happy that you're here at that relatively early time for the music business already. So I'm going to guide you a little bit through the course of the next 2 days. We have a packed program on 10 stages in total, stages and workshop rooms. We have our central networking area over here at Palais, so please go there and join the matchmaking events, for example, that are happening there in the afternoon, some of which you might have still need to register for. Please use our app, Swapcard it's called. If you download Swapcard or use it in your mobile browser, then you have to choose the event, MWM25, and then scroll to all the sessions, go to the networking, matchmaking events, and register if there's still free spots. Also, we have some partners and exhibitors over there, some NGOs exhibiting some sponsors. You'll get free drinks over there at Palais the whole day, non-alcoholic drinks. Yeah, check it out. We are over there at Soda in 4 rooms. We are at Palais. We are at Franz. Today with Listen to Berlin Youth, our youth festival, but tomorrow also with our convention. Research program is going on there. We are over there at Haus für Poesie, so all over the Kulturbrauerei more or less. Please have a look at our venue map and you'll find the several stages and workshop areas. Today evening and tomorrow evening, there's also MWM Live going on, our showcase festival with more than 30 live acts on 4 stages. Today the youth band starts at Franz along, then at 7:45 we have the official opening concert of MWM Live here at Kesselhaus main stage, and then all other concerts around today and tomorrow. Your ticket and your wristband is also valid for that, so you can just stay and join the concerts on both days. Today evening from 6 to 8 p.m. we have our so-called MWM reception ball over there at Palais, together with some partners. You're invited to join our central networking event. There might be some free booze also if you're lucky, or partners did invite some of you, but if not, you can still join and meet and mingle with all your fellow attendees. You might have seen it already. We have a translation here on the big screen and also on the smaller ones, so in case you need some support in translating from English to German or other way around, or from speech to text, you can use the app that we prepared for you. It's not this one, Swapcard is our festival app, but Boost Lingo is the one, the other QR code. It will show up in a minute again. Please scan the QR code and then you can use the live translation on your mobile phones. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. We invite you to join our networking breakfast presented by our partner, the Initiative Musik. It's happening at 10 a.m. over there at Soda Restaurant. It's free for anyone, no need to register. Just come and join and have some breakfast with us. At MWM Live, the concerts in the evening, there will also be a little opening reception together with our program partners, the music export offices from Bulgaria, Czech Republic and Luxembourg. You can meet them at 5:30 at Franz Lounge. Before then at I think 6:30 or 7, please check the program. The concerts tomorrow evening also start. We have some partners that are presenting artists. You will find them in the program. Our main partner this year is the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia. It's our focus state, or Fokusland as we say in German. They are presenting 3 acts. That's, I think, the most important things for the next 2 days. So again, happy that you're all here joining us. Please stay with us and have fun with the conference and the concerts in the evening. Thank you very much.
So you know, change is gonna come again and again and again. We can fight it. And our opening keynote digs into the idea that the only constant in music is change, and that the real advantage comes from embracing it. Oder? Patrick Mushatzi-Kariba is one of the leading minds in music transformation in Germany, with expertise in Sony Music GSA and deep ties to the digital revolutions that reshaped the industry. Okay, today Patrick will share lessons learned from decades of reinvention of the mindset and the shifts needed to design the future of music rather than simply reacting to it. So please welcome our keynote speaker, Patrick Mushatsi Kariba.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. So nice to see you all. Great. I was having a tea over there, and it was actually empty. Then I came back after 2 minutes, and you were all here. So that's really fantastic. So I will talk about change, as you can see on the presentation, and you may wonder why I use some kind of car thing on the first slide. Hopefully I can explain it, and it will be more logical to you after we end. So why do I think that I may be entitled a little bit to talk about change? So you can see over there a picture of actually 3 companies where I had the pleasure to work for. So first of all, it was in the early 2000s. I had the pleasure to join Deutsche Telekom, and they said to me, Patrick, we need a person who is a digital expert, or what at the time was considered a digital expert, basically a person who can surf in the internet, basically, and at the same time a person who has ties to the music industry. So before that I was a music journalist, and I went to joined Deutsche Telekom, and they said, you know, we need a music service. Can you help us and build a music service? I said, yeah, sure, why not? I basically, such a big company, most of all will be familiar with the company. So that was a very interesting time. I could work just as in a startup in a way, because on one hand I was part of this major company, but at the same time I was totally free, because no one actually believed in the idea of music and the digital space, the internet in general, or not so many people. So they gave me basically a blank piece of paper, and they told me, Patrick, here you go. So until I joined Deutsche Telekom, I had never worked with lawyers when it comes to making deals with artists and companies. I had not worked with agencies when it comes to developing a logo, for instance. And all those areas were completely new to me. And even the name, I actually was in a cafe on an evening, and they said, I received a text saying, did you think about the name? And I said, okay, why not? It will be download music. Let's call it Music Load. Let's keep it simple. And on the day after, I went to the office, and actually so the name was not taken. I said, okay, let's go. Let's do Music Load. And I told them, you know, I want this to be an own brand. And that actually became the first vertical of Deutsche Telekom. I was not familiar with the term vertical at the time, but you know, I was like lucky in a way that people, they were saying, okay, just do it. And that became the first music download service of Deutsche Telekom. That was in 2002, 2003. So 1 year before iTunes launched in Europe. And after that, you know, we had a good start in the business at a very small level, but at that time, labels were saying, particularly here in Germany, they were saying, you know, the digital space is great, but you know, 98% of the music is still being sold physically. So, and there was this notion that this would never change. They were saying, you know, and here we have a retail landscape. Basically, you can buy a CD from Hamburg to Garmisch-Partenkirchen or to Munich, and at MediaMarkt everywhere. And I say, you know, it's a great project, but you know, and it's good at the time. People will say, yeah, change sounds good, but you know, we will remain this kind of island where people buy their music and want to own it. I said, okay, but my job is to convince you that things may change. And you know, I did that for 3 years, And then Napster came calling. I'm sure, who is familiar with Napster? Can you give me a sign with the brand Napster? Okay, so I suppose that you're you're familiar with it because you know the illegal version of Napster, right? I don't want you to, I want you to get in jail or something, but I'm supposed you know, like the classic illegal download service, the file sharing platform, I should say. So, so I didn't go to that form of Napster. I joined actually the third reincarnation at the time. That was post the Bertelsmann acquisition. So at the time, there were a publicly listed company at NASDAQ, was 2005. And we started with the streaming service in 2005. So that was 20 years ago. I'm an old man. And at the time, download was still struggling. And people were telling me what I told you a couple of minutes ago. They were saying, this will not work. And I basically jumped that phase and went already into streaming. And the same people, they told me, oh my God, so you're talking about a renting model. I said, yes. You're crazy. This will not work. But we started with the service, and the numbers were really small. Napster actually still exists. Numbers are still small, but that was a great experience for me because I could, on one hand, I could train myself when it comes to trying to convince people that, change can be dangerous, but can also bring opportunities. So I had to convince people, whether they were on the label side, on the artist side, on the management side. So that was a good exercise. I did that for 3 years, and then I went to Apple. That was in 2008, and basically iTunes was doing pretty good. So that was a good phase. Was trying to, but at the time, labels, I would say, were still relatively skeptical. So you could see this kind of development of people saying, as you remember from a couple of minutes ago, music, we sell it 98% physically. A couple of years later, they said, we still sell 80% physically. A couple of years later, they said, well, 60%, more than half. 50%, well, at least half of the music. Imagine, that's a lot. 45%, they were saying, almost half. And and I was like on the other side trying to talk about change. So why do I think that it's important, or how do I think I can kind of show a little bit of my experience? What kind of model am I using? What I'm using is this little model, which I call the Windstream paradigm. So what is this? Going back to the car question from the first slide. So why is he doing with why is he working with car things? So basically, imagine yourself sitting in a car, driving forward and looking out of the window. So this has basically 3 stages. There's stage number 1, which can be applied to people who are telling me this will never change and we always did it like that. Stage 1, which I, define as a stage where you are trapped in the rear view. So basically, when you're driving like that. So you're not looking in front, you're not looking to what can come, may come, or is already coming. You're locked in the rear mirror, and you say, we want to protect what has been and what has gone. That's stage number 1. As you may imagine, not something I would recommend. Stage number 2, the tunnel vision forward, which would be not driving like that, but only with a very limited view. So basically saying, we need to change for the sake of change. Just do change, and cut everything what has been. also not really recommendable in my view. I try to, bring people and kind of being an advocate for stage number 3, which is the balanced vision. So basically, talking about this kind of driving situation, you drive, you look forward. Primarily, you look to the opportunities, to things which can be changed or will be changed or are in the process of changing, but at the same time you see the rear mirror. So at the same time you keep one eye on the rear mirror, basically saying, okay, where did I do a mistake? What can I learn from things in the past? And this can also translate into how do you compose your teams, basically. Because when I joined, after Apple, I joined a label for the first time. So I was on the other side of the fence. I joined Universal Music, was their general manager for a couple of years, and then from 2018 up to last year, I was CEO of Sony Music in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And when that happened, people were saying, oh my God, that's this kind of Silicon Valley digital guy, and I'm the radio promoter, I'm the TV promoter. I will be axed right away. And I said, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, and that's wrong. I'm giving you an invitation on, okay, let's acknowledge that things have changed. You work for radio, you work for TV, that's great. But do we agree on the fact that the impact of TV and the impact of radio has shrinked? It's much smaller than it was in the past. And at the same time, that means that you can have, if you had 10 resources on TV in 2006, you can't have 10 resources in 2025. But that doesn't mean that you need to fire all the people. You can, okay, for instance, I changed the TV promotion people, I turned them into audiovisual promotion people. What does that mean? Basically, that incorporates YouTube and all the creators who basically are doing a variation of the job they were familiar with, meaning TV and so forth. That's what I mean by intergenerational wisdom. Basically, that change doesn't mean to axe all people who maybe have been doing old jobs for a long time. That's not what I'm saying. Why do I think that this has an impact also on society and on other areas? When I'm talking about the technology sector, I think it's a very, very straightforward one. You can also speak about, for instance, we're in Germany, we can speak about the car industry, right? So we have companies like Volkswagen who used to earn billions with the turbodiesel engines, with the TDI engines, which was a great business. And at the same time, you had small units looking for alternative models and alternative drivetrains and alternative forms of mobility, which I kind of compare to the digital units that's within the label space. So when you are steered only by the question, who brings you more money, the smaller unit will never succeed. This will not happen. So in other words, going back to the car industry, this technology, the diesel technology, brought them so much money, and they said, the alternative drivetrains, it's just kind of a little unit which is not so interesting to us. It doesn't bring us any money. And then all of a sudden, the main area goes away or becomes way smaller, like the physical business in the music industry, and then you have a problem. Similar thing with healthcare, social movements at the same time. You need to be knowledgeable about, what did former social movements do? What were their way of communicating? And how can we marry these old ways with new ways? So, who is this young man? Of course, it's me. And I didn't put this up just to show you what kind of nice hair I used to have. It's just a little, it's just a little, some pictures who kind of highlight and display this professional journey and, you know, and the things which did happen alongside me being a music fan and being a professional person. So see, on the first picture, I was, I think, 2 years old, so my music taste was rather limited at the time, I suppose. The second picture, it was really nice hair. So we talk about the late 70s, I think it was 78 or 79. I started to, you know, enjoy music. We talk about radio and vinyl, and that's it. The next picture, me on our balcony in Frankfurt-Goldstein. I was, I believe, 13 years old. So I had a pretty well-developed music taste at the time, meaning vinyl, vinyl, vinyl. In the middle of the Cold War area, or not in the middle, but in the later stage of the Cold War era, so pre-unification. The next picture, a little embarrassing. I tried to have some great braids, but they weren't that great. That was basically in the 90s, post-unification CD area. The next picture where I'm wearing a red shirt. It's not so visible, but you see a calendar behind me. So it's the year 2000. This picture was actually taken in the tobacco shop of my cousin in Calabria in southern Italy. And so 2000, I was a couple of years away from joining Music Load. And that was after the Napster catastrophe, so to speak. The next picture, I had already buried my dreams of becoming a professional footballer, but I was still trying hard on some occasions while being not talented enough and a little too skinny. But the ball I'm kicking there is the ball of the European Championships in 2004. So download was, I would say, growing. On the next picture, I'm wearing J.J. Okocha's shirt of his time when he went to play for Bolton Wanderers. So I'm from Frankfurt, and J.J. Okocha, the Nigerian player, is a legend at Eintracht Frankfurt. So I was following him, and that was around 2005, 2006. So download still really, really, really small, but you know, growing at a small level. Then on the next picture, I'm wearing the dress of the German national team from 2014, when we became world champion. So that was the peak download era, and you know, streaming growing. The next picture, when I'm wearing the glasses, that's where I was appointed CEO at Sony Music. So that was the time when people, you know, social media exploded. So that was the time where Instagram started playing a major role in developing, you know, streams. The next picture is from 2024, when I was joining Spotify for an event, and you know, at that stage it's like, okay, TikTok, big thing, Instagram still going, and at the same time AI. So everyone was talking about AI, and the way people talked about AI, and some people still do, is, you know, symbolic on how, you know, I think change should not be approached, in the sense that people were, on one hand, yes, it's the best thing in the world. On the other hand, people were scared. They would say, oh my God, did you listen? You know, this AI Drake song, will Drake disappear because of that? And I think, no, that's not, you know, it's the wrong approach. I think that you should have a measured view between the dangers, but also the potentials. And no one talks about, by the way, about the fact that AI is not AI in music does not only mean replacing artists. It can mean that, but at the same time, when you work in management, when you work at a label, when you work at a radio station, when you work at a TV station, when you work for a YouTube network, it can be really, really helpful as well. The penultimate picture is me after I left Sony Music. So kind of refreshed, and the last picture is actually how I would like you to see change and to approach it and feel good about it. And last thing I'd like to tell you is that these 3 steps can be really helpful. So basically, look at the current status, and at the same time look in the rear mirror. Talking about mirrors, I think you understand what I mean by adjusting the mirrors, and at the same time, embrace change without being, without losing your critical ability, but at the same time being open for it. And hopefully, you will find a good way to embrace it and to find the sweet spot by adjusting your mirrors and being happy with it, and take the right decisions. Thank you very much.
Did you or not? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick, for sharing with us also such cute pictures of yourself. Unfortunately, the next panel has to be canceled because 2 of the politicians that were going to come could not come here, which is Michael Biel and Sersin Christer-Kotowski. We're sorry for that, but we're going to have a little break and come back at 1 with Viva Con Agua meets Earth Percent, moderated by Gulsher Gavami. If I can have 2 minutes of your attention, I thought we could use this moment of connection before you go out and just sing something together. I want to teach you, if you want to, because I know many of you maybe have a good voice here or just like to sing. So I'm just going to propose a little rhythm, and we're going to have 4 voices, because I see 4 groups, and I cannot stop but do a little choir moment, okay? So we're going to sing this. Oh. Cha-cha, change, cha-cha, change, cha-cha, change. Or low. Cha-cha, change. Together. Cha-cha, change. Here. Cha-cha, change, cha-cha, change. And we're going to go like that. Cha-cha, change. A bit rounder. Cha-cha, change. What? Come on. Cha-cha, change. And louder last time. Hold it. Change. Okay, see you at 1.
Just in the feelings, you can see clearer through the rearview mirror. The world is shifting, endlessly drifting. The end comes nearer when you cling to it all. Nothing's out of range, the only constant is change. Made to last. It doing too much while moving too fast. I long for a touch of something that lasts. Don't know what to lose, opportunities vast. Don't know what to choose when it all turns to dust. I try to be patient but don't have the time. I try to hold on but nothing is mine. I try to build something that won't fade away. I know it won't last but I try anyway.
Marxist. Kommst ganz neu nach Berlin, bist kein Dorfjunge mehr, bekommst eine neue Personality. Und ich Idiot mag dich auch noch sehr gern. Sehr gern. Und dein Insta ist jetzt öffentlich, du kannst jetzt richtig loslegen. Alles dreht sich nur um dich, du wirst bestimmt mal einer von den ganz Großen. Ganz Großen. Ganz Großen. Selbstdarstellung hier und da, seh dich leider lang nicht klar. Oh naja. Er ist Narzisst und nennt sich Marxist, hat von nix und niemand Schiss. Trägt Dogmatze in der linken Hand und das Ganze auf den Sitz. Er ist Narzisst und nennt sich Marxist, ab und zu ist er bekifft, folgt seinen Gedanken und erklärt, wie seine Weltanschauung ist. Du bist Best Bros mit Robert, Kevin, Annalena. Hast einen ziemlich großen Drang der Öffentlichkeit. Du bist mein Bundeskanzler, aber dir ist komplett egal, mit welcher Partei. Würde ich dich fragen, hey mein Lieber, was willst du erreichen? Ich will mal zitiert werden von den schönen, schlauen Reichen. Danke für die tolle Antwort, weil so warst nur du schon immer. Ein Jahr verschwindet meiner Zeit. In der linken Hand und das Ganze but you're going with me. It's gonna be loud, oh honey, you heard me. Don't make it sound, I'm ready to break this. arms reaching out. My broken heart, oh honey, you hurt me. Don't make it sound, I'm ready to break me. It's gonna be loud, oh honey, you hurt me. Honey, you hurt me, now it's coming back. Honey, you're so sweet and a treasure chest. Honey, you hurt me, now it's coming back. Honey, you're so sweet and a treasure chest. Honey, honey, we're melting down hill. Honey, honey, I love your sweet smell. Honey, honey, it's my turn on you down. Honey, honey, I'm stopped to go. Honey, honey, we're melting down hill. Honey, honey, I love your sweet smell. Honey, honey, it's my turn on you down. Honey, honey, I'll stop until you go. Honey, honey, we're melting down hill. Honey, honey, I love your sweet smell. Honey, honey, it's my turn on you down. Honey, honey, I'm starting to go. Honey, honey, we're melting down hill. Honey, honey, I love your sweet smell. Honey, honey, it's my turn on you down. Honey, honey, I'll stop until you go. I won't stop until you go.
Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай, як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай, як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Він питав, що стало з тобою. Ніколи ти не бачив такої. Він кричить: отямся, отямся. Я кажу: не здамся, не здамся. Він каже: ти котися в прірву. Ти ж дівчата, ж ніжне створіння. Тобі не личить бути такою. О, Боже, я стою собою. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай, як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай, як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Тобі зовсім правила. Правила, правила. 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 Тобі зовсім
branches against the grey, cracks in cloudy glass. We got our own inside, faces to the sun. Overgrown fields where we collide. Overgrown fields and dusty skies. Fountains flow between the rooms. Shades will fall in memories. Fountains glow between the rooms. We move towards a hidden space. Deaf ears and damn walls. Cables when the shine. We're standing in a row. Dreams by daylight. Overgrown fields where we collide. Overgrown Fountains flow between the rooms. Shades will fall in memories. Fountains glow between the rooms. We move towards a hidden space. Fountains glow between the rooms. Shades will fall in memories. Fountains glow between the rooms. We move towards the hidden space. I wanna unwind her hands on me. I wanna go dance like 1, 2, 3. Picking the night passenger seat in an open top white Ferrari. I wanna turn up, slow down, hold your hand, turn up, slow down, hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Chasing a feeling, a season, a weekend. Casting the same role, I'm Liam Neeson. Wanna be free, only you are invited. Wandering kisses, a touch on your eyelid. Holding your hand, turn up, slow down. Wanna be dreams in the night while we passing a blunt. Fill the glass with the rum, make it last, girl. Holding your hand. Hold your hand. I wanna turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Can I play with your breasts while you play mine? Can I take you to places they can't find? When I call you my baby, you did smile. Anytime you make ready, take your time. I wanna take my lady by her hand. I wanna teach my lady some I can. Mid off for I'm done chasing with no plan. Mid off for I can't wait till we touch down and hold your hand. Hold your hand. I wanna turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand.
Here we are at 2 months break, and I think we made a huge mistake. Why did you let me walk away? Here we go, feeling miserable, 'cause we both know that what we did was wrong. And I'm gonna drink until I don't feel this pain no more. I'm gonna drink until I don't feel the shame no more. 'Cause la-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. Even though it's no one's fault that we both have to let it go. How am I here craving for your love? If I can't have you, I won't ever have no one else. I ain't gonna clue how to let you go. 'Cause I'm gonna drink until I don't feel this pain no more. I'm gonna drink until I don't feel the shame no more. 'Cause la-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. Even though I am drunk, I hope you listen. 'Cause I've got Jackie with milk in my system. And I hope that you do know that you've been a fool. Drink some Hennessy and gain some wisdom. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you.
Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält ein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. In meinen Armen zu sterben, von dir gehalten zu werden. Einfach fallen lassen, nicht drauf achten, was nach uns kommt. Jeder Schlag hinterlässt Kerben. Spür, die Welt wird immer schwerer. Schutt und Asche, Scherben, den Nerven, die Chance auf eine Zukunft genommen. Welt steht in Flammen, wir schon zusammen hin. Alles getan, bisschen versagt, treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält ein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. Wir sind nur wir dank Jugendsünden. Schau, wie sie unauffällig schwinden. Prokrastinieren, verlieren uns in Zeit, genießen das Leben in vollen Zügen. Aber Menschen sind müde und Wetter ist kalt. Aussicht ist trübe, so ist das normal. Will nur noch fliegen, der Reiz kommt in Schüben. Der Regen verwischt meine Tränen, ich wein. Jeder ist anders und denkt dasselbe. Jeder will frei sein, alles gelabelt. Verlieben uns in die Probleme der Welt, aber keiner ein Schimmer, wie's endet. Welt steht in Flammen, wir schon zusammen hin. Alles getan, bisschen versagt, treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. Und wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. Tja, aus dem Paradies in mein Grab. Tja, wir waren auf Feier und sind ausgebrannt. Tja, das hat sich niemand ausgedacht. Außer Gott vielleicht, aber den haben wir schon lang verjagt. Und wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lange hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand.
You know what to do when I'm feeling down. You know what to do when no one's around. Our love is a one-play game. I'll stay in tonight to play a grip tight. What's in my mind? What's in my mind? I guess I better leave my mind. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. What's in my mind? What's in my mind? I guess I better leave my mind. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. Maybe I'm just stuck here. Hey boy, don't beat yourself up. Hey boy, you are good enough. When you feel so done, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Hey boy, don't drive yourself forever. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. What's in my mind? What's in my mind? I guess I better leave my mind. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. Maybe I'm just stuck here. Hey boy, don't beat yourself up. Hey boy, you are good enough. When you feel so done, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Hey boy, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Gotta get to grips with number one. Hey boy, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Gotta get to grips with number one.
Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. An der Copacabana gebe ich dir ein kleines Beso. Quiero mucho temperamento, leb nur noch im Momento. Trink mein Aqua di Coco, bin zur Hälfte Chica Loco. Samba flamboyante, ich leb auf Kante, mag es pikante, trink es frisante. Sand an meinen Schuhen, Kaipi in der Hand. Salz auf deiner Haut, mein Bauch braun gebrannt. Promenade voller Licht, Wellen brechen am Strand. Schieb mir einen Film, wir schauen ihn später an. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. An der Copacabana gebe ich dir ein kleines Beso. Quiero mucho temperamento, leb nur noch im Momento. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. An der Copacabana gebe ich dir ein kleines Beso. Quiero mucho temperamento, leb nur noch im Momento. Nach Benzin kommt Asphalt, Film auf 16 Millimeter. Trink Cola auf Eis, Mama tanzt Samba in Favela. Costoso, mi niña, la vida bougie. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. An der Copacabana gebe ich dir ein kleines Beso. Quiero mucho temperamento, leb nur noch im Momento. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. An der Copacabana gebe ich dir ein kleines Beso. Quiero mucho temperamento, leb nur noch im Momento.
Du formst Mosaike aus meinen Fragmenten. Du machst einen Engel im Schnee, der auf meiner Seele liegt. Du hörst, wie ich spiele auf fremden Frequenzen. Deine Hände brechen Wände mit Magie. Du bringst neue Farben auf meine alte Leinwand. jetzt in Flammen, was mir das Herz beschwert. Du kannst einfach sagen, was in meinem Mund nicht sein kann. Du bringst zusammen, was meine Seele nährt. Diese Stadt ist zu groß für 2 Kinder vom Dorf. Und ich box mich schon durch, die Hände voll Schauf. Diese Stadt ist zu klein für ein Herz, so allein, so allein. 1000 gelbe Augen fliegen durch die Nacht. Trotzdem hast du mich nach Haus gebracht. 1000 gelbe Augen ziehen die Riesen aus Beton. Du und ich, wir laufen all den Blicken schnell davon. Diese Stadt ist zu groß für 2 Kinder vom Land. Du hast recht, hältst mich fest, doch mein Kopf ist schon längst durch die Wand. Wir 2 sind in unseren Schmerzen verwandt. Wie das Glück uns verlässt, haben wir uns schon wieder verrannt. Die Türen der U8 schlucken wieder mein Halbsatz. So viel, dass ich sagen wollte, aber scheiß drauf, streich das. Regen im Waggon, meine Tränen auf Asphalt. Das halb nass, halb trocken, Salz in der Wunde. Diese Stadt ist zu groß für 2 Kinder vom Dorf. Und ich box mich schon durch, die Hände voll Schauf. Diese Stadt ist zu klein für ein Herz, so allein, so allein. 1000 gelbe Augen fliegen durch die Nacht. Trotzdem hast du mich nach Haus gebracht. 1000 gelbe Augen ziehen die Riesen aus Beton. Du und ich, wir laufen all
I'm surrounded by now. On and on I fall upside down. No end and no beginning, and it's leading nowhere. And on I'm gone. My senses left me, I'm on my own. And it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on. I met a girl on the train. She was walking upside down, handing out flyers to a bar downtown. I told her I'd come, but before I knew it, we were walking on the sun. She leaned in and I fell.
Told you all, it's getting heavy on my shoulders. Nalembina ngaikomema, ikumbana yoduku sabo.
I told you all, it's getting heavy on my shoulders. Nalembina na ikomema, makumba na yondo jambo. Makumba na yondo
Kuzingula hizo mambo
heute will ich sein. Schau mir in die Augen, blick in mich hinein. Schau mir in die Augen, sie sind graublau und schwer. Bewege meinen Körper, ich will alles und mehr. Alles und mehr. Mach doch mal einen Witz, leg dich auf den Boden. Schau mir in die Augen, sie sind graublau und leer. Hier ist so viel Platz, hier kann alles sein. Diese tolle Party, diese schönen Menschen. Vermisse dich, seh nur mich, taumelt in der Menge. Solange ich noch tanz, suche ich nach dir. Bewege meinen Körper zu Kick und Snare. Alles und mehr. Schau mir in die Augen, ich vermisse dich so sehr. Bewege meinen Körper, ich will alles und mehr. Alles und mehr.
I gave you my nights on that bench in the park. I gave you my light, but you left me in the dark. I knew you lied when you played that card. The blood had just dried, but you left my scars, and we talked about forever, but forever never came. I'm lost and stand defeated. Your love, it was conceded. I'm lost and stand defeated. Your love, it was conceded.
Mann, umgebe mich mit Leichtigkeit, die um nichts kreist. Trink, Bruder, trink, damit uns nicht das Nichts beißt. Bin dabei, mich zu zerstören, meine Fresse schmerzt beim Kiefern. Lauf mit dir durch den Wald, ein leichter Wind bewegt die Kiefer. Ich brauch das, um zu schreiben, ich brauch das, um mich zu spüren, ich brauch das.
Hello, hello, welcome back to Most Wanted Music. I'm very happy to host you now for the next panel. Viva Con Agua meets Earth Percent. The moderator is going to be Golshe Gavami. She's a strategist and cultural organizer who's been supporting artists and creative communities for over 2 decades. Also a member of the Global Music Advisory Board for Earth Percent, and has worked with artists and managers worldwide to build sustainable and meaningful careers. And with her, we're going to have 2 panelists, Misha Fritz and Kathy Runzimann. Misha Fritz is co-founder of Viva Con Agua, a social movement using creativity and music to bring clear water across to access communities worldwide. And Kathy Runzimann is a manager director of Earth Percent, the climate initiative funded by Brian Eno, mobilizing the music industry to fund environmental action. For the panel, you can make questions online. There's also going to be a QR code there. So if you want to have any questions, you can already just scan the QR code and write, and we're going to get live updates, or you just let us know, okay? So welcome to the stage, please, Golshe Gavami, Misha Fritz, and Kathy Runzimann.
Hi. Oh. Hi, everyone. Music moves us literally and emotionally. It fills stadiums, drives cultures, and shapes identities. But what if that power could do more than move us? What if it could reshape society? How can we use music to repair the world? Today we're sitting with 2 very inspiring co-founders of 2 wonderful organizations, proving that it's already happening. Kathy Runzimann and Michael or Misha, what do you prefer?
Whatever.
Okay.
As long as you get engaged.
Misha. So Kathy is rewiring how music can fund climate action, and Misha has been turning festivals and cultural spaces into engines for clean water access. We're going to find out how it all started, how you're doing it, what obstacles you're facing, and how you keep people motivated and inspired. Kathy, Earth Percent launched with backing from major artists like Brian Eno, and a radical idea of artists pledging part of their income to the planet. How did that idea come together, and what problem were you trying to solve?
The idea came together, so Brian has been very engaged in climate as an issue for a long time. He's a founding trustee of an amazing organization called Client Earth, which is lawyers who've given up their corporate gigs and decided to work for a law firm that only has one client, the planet. And he and a number of other good people in music were thinking about the fact that, you know, and I say this with caution, a lot of money flows through music. We absolutely know it doesn't flow in equitable ways, and we know that artists do not take the lion's share of those resources. But the fundamental question was, how would we use the resources and assets of music better in service of the planet? And as one of the outcomes of that, could we generate more funding for amazing organizations, extremely impactful organizations working on climate and nature like Client Earth? And part of the things that I think the group of people that got very engaged with that idea were trying to solve was, first of all, nobody in the world is busier than someone working in music. Like, I still think that. Even I worked in media previously. It's a pretty busy industry, journalists, people running media businesses, but somehow music, people who work in music are like the busiest people ever. Hardest working, busiest people. Maybe not always in ways that are sustainable for the self, but that is a fact. And there are a lot of very good people working in music who would like to do something good for the planet. And increasingly, although I think this is more recent, we launched 5 years ago, but I would say in the last year to two, I think the question for artists in particular of what it means to have a public platform, what does it mean? What is the responsibility that comes with being a person with voice in the world? I think weighs quite heavily is a big question for a lot of people, and they're really thinking about how to use that particular part of the power and influence that they have. So I guess the proposition was, how do we bring all of those ideas together, and how do we make it structurally easy and creatively exciting to put, as I say, those resources and assets of music in service of the planet? And I can dig into any part of that afterwards.
Yeah, that's such a powerful model, kind of turning the system inward to fund its own repair. Misha, Viva Con Agua has gone from an idea to thousands and thousands of volunteers all over the world, social businesses, water projects. Tell us a little bit about how it started and what made you connect music and water.
First of all, I love everything you're saying already. I love the pronunciation. I studied 27 semesters English and history, but my pronunciation always sucked, so sorry for my English.
Sorry for my zero German.
Yeah, it's okay. Long story short, Benjamin was a professional football player playing for St. Pauli. If you're a footballer, it's the same like being a musician, being a content creator today. You have a platform, and if you have a platform, the bigger the platform, the bigger the responsibility. And he used being a footballer for like trying something social, and it was just a Schnapsidee, we say in English, in German, drinking hard alcohol idea. And at the end, Viva Con Agua turned out. It wasn't planned. Nothing we did or created or started or founded was in very planned for a long time or anything. It was a free flow since 20 years, and we supported like 4.5 million people with clean water. And we realized that when we started it,
wow,
you have to imagine 60%, 70% of the donations come from 60-year-old people. So all the young people, all the people from the music industry, from the arts industry, from the comedy industry, they are not really part of it. About maybe the guys up who really getting the lion part of the money, like you already pointed out. So for us, it was something to how we can inspire young people to get active. And young people, they love music. Everyone loves music because music is a universal language. It connects us. If I go to Kenya, I don't speak Swahili. So if I have a musician with me, an artist, universal language, comedy, dance, sports, I can interconnect. I can't connect with my German. There are boundaries in language, but there are no boundaries in music. And that's the reason why it was happening, but it wasn't planned. We started actually, to be very precise, we started collecting cups on music festival. This was the first idea, and my job was then to get, of course, the musicians to communicate it because they are on the stage. So I smuggled myself into a backstage areas and asked all the musicians if they can make an announcement on stage. And that's how we jumped into the music scene. And at the end of a season, we collected like 1 million cups, which is 1 million euros back in the days. And this is how we created a nice and easy way for volunteers to get engaged, yeah? And for the musicians also to be part of it. The cups were just flying on stage, and it was a nice picture, and it was half of a well in Ethiopia supporting 500 people with clean drinking water. And this is because the last thing, and then I stop because otherwise I talk too much, always sorry for that. But the thing is, at the end, everyone knows that in this world, not everyone has the access to all human rights. If I repeat that, nobody will get engaged. It's like everyone knows it. So we have to show them something which inspires them, gets their attention for 1 second, because you don't have longer with TikTok and stuff. So get them engaged and then do the rest.
That's great. You just answered my next question as well. Kathy, I'm going to go back to you. You could have worked in any sector, tech, finance. Why music? What makes it uniquely powerful, do you think, for climate action?
I think Misha just touched on it, and I love the
Yeah.
way Lindy expressed it this morning. I hadn't heard somebody say it quite like that, but music is humanity's love language. I
Correct.
love that, and I'm stealing it, and I will always say thanks, Lindy, for
Me
saying
too.
that.
Me
It's,
too.
it's really beautiful, but it's true, and you know, I think there has to be a moment in conversations like this to recognize the gravity of the situation that we're in. You know, we are really maybe the last generation who has an opportunity to decide how catastrophic certain things are going to be, and I don't think we can look away from that. And despite all the incredible efforts of so many people in the world, you know, we are not solving inequality, and we are making many things worse. And we have much more clarity about what we're up against, about the challenge to really our freedoms and our futures, and just how much of that goes back to the fossil fuel industry is unbelievable, really. And music, the thing for me about music is just kind of one very basic fact, right? It is not a major environmental harm, music, but it is an absolutely staggering, exponentially good cultural force. And that's a pretty unique intersection to work at. To your point, you know, nobody lives a music-free life voluntarily. It is a language. There we go, the love language. And to be able to work in a space where the harms are not terrible, nor are they irreparable. There's a lot of good things that people can do, right? We now know how to make a tour a bit more sustainable. So for the more powerful artists, for the places where more of the money flows, a lot can be done to improve the environmental impacts of music. But I don't think we want to be 5 years from now saying we sat around, you know, trying to count the sort of carbon emissions of this tiny part of something already not very damaging, when what we could have done is say, how do we unlock this cultural force? How do we support and skill artists to really be advocates for life on Earth? That's what we need people to be, is to advocate for life on Earth, and doing that through music and through the structures of music, and I'll say more about that a bit later on, about structurally how we do that. But it's a very inspiring place to be, and I think it is rich with possibility.
Thank you. Coming back to you, Viva Con Agua partners with festivals and communities turning cultural moments into clean water. Give us an idea of how that works. Like, walk me through, if I were a festival or an artist, how can I start working with Viva Con Agua?
When you were talking about, before answering, because there came a picture in my head, and I was thinking about the moment when Billie Eilish dropped in front of Mark Zuckerberg and all the other rich kids, how much she donated, and that it's not the most, how do you say, inspiring thing to be a billionaire. This is the power of music, that she can speak out like that, and this is also a younger, more female musician, world leader for me, who speaks out like that.
And Zach did not like it.
No, they don't like it. And sometimes you have to also do things which the structures don't like. And at the end, if it comes to all the structures we're living in, if you put it together, at the end, it's about money and man, if you put it together. No, honestly, this is, tell me, I did with a very smart woman, I did a test, and people could comment on any topic and everything which is not connected to man or money. I have to donate a lot of money, and I did not have to donate any money, because you can connect every problem to it at the end. So, but back to your question, to answer that question, sorry, festivals and musicians can reach out to us. We collect cups on their tourneys, on their festivals. They can be part of Water is a Human Right. They can be part of our impact investments with our social guest house. They can write a song for Viva Con Agua, just a beautiful way you did it with the nature, give it a voice. I can tattoo them like Bela B or Milky Chance, so the Viva Con Agua logo. So we can, they are so, that's the beauty about working with something which is called social and working with something that is music, art, or whatever you want to label it, because the possibilities are limitless. And also the energy is in a way limitless because you love what you do. No musician starts because of the fucking industry at the end or because of making money, because they start because of something different. The same with football or sports or all the things, yeah? They start because of the beauty, and then sometime the industry hits, and that's the reason why you have to restructure the industry, rethink it, recreate it, and create another atmosphere in, and also other structures in the industry, so that it's more for all the people and not just 1%.
Yeah, that's universally true. What are some of the examples of some of the best success stories that you were able to achieve with Viva Con Aqua?
Oh yeah, the best. It's always the best, the best, the best. On the one hand, of course, like 4.5 million people who have access to clean water, yes, I take it. It's a good job. And still, we have 560 million people to go. So we are not done. We have to increase our potential on another level to really get the impact. I think the best job Viva Con Aqua in a way created is the understanding that you can create a company that doesn't belong to you. I don't own Viva Con Aqua at all. I can get, if I say bullshit here, I can get kicked out tomorrow. And this is good. And I don't think ownership makes anything better. You don't own your kids. You don't own your wife. You don't own your water. You don't own nature. You don't own anything. So give away the ownership and give it to the people and to the nature back. And I think this would change the whole world. And unfortunately, there are not very many examples of purpose economy. How do you call it? I mean, there's the Robert Bosch, very big company in Germany. 96% goes to the foundation. But they do a shitty marketing. Nobody knows about it. Everyone should know about it. And of course, because at the end, the other, let's call him devil or whatever, the Elon, yeah? He's always in the room, yeah? I mean, you need you need a counterpart to him. You need somebody who's like showing, okay, and Billy did it with, but she's not on the same level money-wise. Don't get me wrong, on other levels, she's way above what they will ever reach, but I think this is really part of, if you ask me what I think Viva Con Aqua achieved, is that you can create companies that don't belong to the people, but belongs to all the people.
Yeah, I really love that. Did you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're touching on so many important things, that we have this tension of, you know, what is the music industry, this relatively recent invention, right, compared to the life of music. So there was music before there was language. I believe that's still a little bit of a debate, but, you know, we were obviously hearing music because we were hearing the sounds of nature, which has melody and it has tempo and it has rhythm. And here's this industry that both provides enormous opportunity and helps many more people listen to and experience many more kinds of music, and that's a good thing. But it has done something problematic, which is commoditized the fuck out of, excuse my language, commoditized this like deeply ancient, spiritual, important thing that is physically part of us. It's wired into our brains. And here we've turned it into streaming numbers and chart positions and numbers of awards. And it's, you know, we are all living late stage capitalism's final gasps. And some of that, whatever it will be. But we work, actually, when you're trying to do social purpose and social good with music, you live that tension a lot, right? That you are trying to work in a system that is problematic. By the way, philanthropy is also very problematic. You know, I often say I work at the intersection of two really troubling spaces, but, you know, surrounded by people trying to do good things. But, you know, that's why sometimes I think we have to sort of go back and think, what are we trying to do? So we're asking an awful lot of artists. That's one thing, I think, in the social purpose space. And one of the things we can't really be expecting artists to be like the spokespeople, the advocates, the cultural influencers, the ones who then have to change their entire setup. And then, by the way, they should be the ones to give their money away. That's too much. Like, the industry has to come in alongside, either voluntarily or because artists really put the pressure on them, or because society will start to put a lot of pressure on them. And we can see a lot of anxiety in and around the streaming space and people's relationship with the major platforms, and understanding the other things that people finance or try to, you know, put their money into. These are difficult spaces, but I also think it's really important to try to make doing good, purpose-driven work, make it relatively easy, and I think that's been a big part of what you've done, right? And maybe you pick up on that afterwards. Make it joyous. Like, this is heavy shit anyway, right? Facing the sort of ecological collapse and the civilizational collapse that might come with it. This is not light stuff, and we are up against these unbelievable, incomprehensible forces trying to hold the vested interests who are trying now really actively to push back on environmental progress. It's the same people and it's the same money who are rolling back environmental progress that are also financing the pushback on women's rights, trans rights, reproductive rights, that are more interested in financing military intervention than they are financing nature solutions. You know, it's big what we're up against. What we want out of music, fans of music, lovers of music, and artists, I think, is also to find joy, find the things that music is good for, the connection, the humanity, the shared spaces, and out of that, do good. So the initiative that we've been working a lot on in the last couple of years, which is to make nature, invite the music industry totally, and artists totally voluntarily. This is not done at the level of copyright, but to say, nature is our oldest artist, the oldest musician in the world. Why can't we, within the structures of music, make it possible to recognize and reward nature? So that if an artist uses natural sounds in their music, they can choose to credit nature as a co-recording artist, can share the recording and the streaming royalties. The money goes back into a conservation fund. More people listen to more music that have nature sounds in them. That's good for our connectedness and our well-being. And nature, through music, gets to fund her own restoration and protection. That's a pretty sweet, I think, example of what it can be like for everyone. And whether it's on the industry side, or labels, or managers, or the artists, or the people listening to the music, it's been so positive, the response to that. So I think we can be in these spaces. We're in the face of very difficult, very frightening, and very real pressures. We can do things that are meaningful and joyous and positive, and that's music's gift to us.
I love this concept. It's such a genius idea. I love it so much. And every time I speak to someone about it, everyone, you just see their eyes just kind of like start sparkling. It's so simple and so...
I should have said, sorry, it's called Sounds Right, the initiative. Just, I'm really bad at doing
Sounds
the marketing.
Right. Yeah.
It's called Sounds Right. We do it in partnership with the Museum for the United Nations and about 20 other organizations across music. So it's a big family of partners.
I wanted to ask, Earth% model obviously needs buy-in from artists, managers, labels, everyone who has their finger on the flow of money. How does it work day to day, and what can others here, potentially in the room, promoters, labels, and platforms, learn from the way Earth% is working?
I think the invitation is to say, what would it mean, what would the music industry and the music space feel like if we took seriously the following three ideas, that the earth can be an artistic collaborator, the earth or nature, frame that how you want, that the earth can be an industry stakeholder, and that the earth can be a beneficiary of music's power. And if you take those three big ideas, there's space for absolutely everybody. There's something that everybody can do to bring the earth in, as I say, as a beneficiary, a collaborator, or a stakeholder. So I don't really separate what can it be with a promoter? Well, there's many ways that the earth can show up in the world of promotion and live and touring. What does it mean in recording? One option is make nature a recording artist. Yeah. One is we have another initiative called The Earth is Your Co-Writer, which has made it possible for songwriters to give a credit to the earth. And again, all of the systems, all of the PROs, all of the copyright will tell you can't do this stuff. Can't be done. That's always the starting point. It can't be done. It can be done. It can be done. And I would say, we're very careful about things like this. Like, copyright is a real issue. None of us in this room yet know if AI is the end of copyright as we know it. Maybe 3 years from now, we couldn't. So many parts of this conversation will be very different. But you can invite people to do things that are creative and meaningful. And we had so many songwriters just go, yeah, you know, the earth is my muse, and I want to give a credit. And the system said no, the computer said no, said you can't do this. And we're like, well, let's not do it in copyright, let's do it as a voluntary scheme. Guess what? Of course you can put the earth into your metadata. Go and have a look at Aurora's last album. She credits the earth on every song and gives a share of her songwriting income. Like, so much of this can be done, but I think if you just hold those 3 concepts and go, what would it mean for me to collaborate with, include in my business, or make a beneficiary, the earth, then there's space for everyone.
So both of your models show what happens when impact becomes part of your operating system and not an add-on. How do you think we can turn that mindset into something that's more industry-wide? Misha, the music industry is really great at one-off gestures, benefit concerts, charity singles, and so on, but you've built a real ecosystem. What can others learn about moving from projects to real infrastructure? How did you turn the idea into something that is like such a big movement?
At the end, it's consistency and a lot of work. That's the reason why I got Augenrander like that. But I want to go into one point you added on, like, at the end, it's what you said about philanthropical, that it's very, how do you say, I don't know, but it's not always right. The system, and there's the saying, pay your taxes, then you don't need philanthropy. At least in the US, it's very different than in Germany. It's another topic with the taxes here, but so I really think at the end in Germany you say there's sozialer Wohnungsbau, social construction, housing, social housing. Yeah. But that implies that there's also antisocial. And why is the antisocial happening? And why is it existing in every industry? If you go into health industry, if you go in car industry, if you go in education industry, always the antisocial is the normal one. And the social one, I got invited as the clown then in all the bubbles of startup economy and how do you say, economics, and yeah, and there's also the one guy we invite, yeah, he's like the social business clown and blah, blah, blah. But this should be the normal. This should be the normal. So I think we have to really reframe how we think about everything, about all the structures we created. Because it's so unconnected with what you always come back to, Mother Earth, and so and the more unconnected and disconnected we are as human beings and as humanity, the more shit we produce. So I think, yeah, it's a reconnection on all levels, yeah, which is necessary.
Kathy, from Earth% side, what do you think needs to shift to make impact part of what Misha was just saying, kind of like business as usual for everybody, for more people than like what we see now?
I think part of the sort of this kind of intense commoditization of music has lost something which to me, you know, like people got scared of music being political, but it is like, it's inherently political. I mean, everything is political, big P or little p, however you want to say it. But like music has been part of the social fabric and therefore the politics of our world for as long as there's been a music industry, that's for sure. I'm not an anthropologist, so I won't try to go much further back than that. But I think like that recognition, and it goes hand in hand with what I was saying earlier, that I think artists really feel now this responsibility of having a voice and having a platform. And I think the industry has spent quite a long time trying to squash that recently and be like, you know, almost as if every label just thinks, God, I hope my biggest selling artist doesn't have a cause that they want to support. Please just kind of keep your head down. I think certain things become intolerable for artists, actually. And, you know, I know this can be a very sensitive topic, but I mean, in the UK, we reached a tipping point earlier in the year where more artists, it was more important to speak out on what was happening in Gaza than to stay silent, regardless of what your record label told you. And regardless of many of the pressures and sensitivities within the systems and structures of music, for a lot of artists, it was like, this is an intolerable thing. And I have a voice, and it takes kind of collective courage. It takes a moment where people look around and they think I'm not alone and there are other people standing alongside me, and then the sort of dam breaks. I think we haven't had that moment on climate in a way that is really challenging if you do the work that I do, that somehow it doesn't really have a face, or we can't bear it, or the science is so bad and we can't cope with any more facts, and but it's very hard to know what the moment might be, but there's something happening, and maybe it connects a lot to issues like water, the sort of cut through issues now, I think, that could really bring everyone in music together around the sort of planetary crisis are these big things. It's breathing clean air, it's having water. And water is going to become an issue for everyone. Doesn't matter how comfortable anybody thinks that they are or how safe and nice their life is. Water will be an issue for you one way or another, because there's going to be too much of it or not enough of it in your life. The cut through human health issues, I think people are just starting to understand what's happening, right? You know, microplastics in everything, the absolute straight line decline of human fertility. Like, it's a wild situation to be in, but I think something happens that for artists, they understand that they can be part of something, that there's strength and safety in numbers, that for the industry they can't keep a lid on their artist's voice, both within the music and beyond the music, that the art will always reflect the times. I don't really think you have to finance propaganda. I think that the art will reflect the times. The number of young artists, of like incredible emerging talent, that now come to us and go, I was like looking for my home. Where do I belong? Like, my next song is about a climate justice issue, or I'm singing about breathing clean air, or I've made this music with nature. People are doing this. There's a whole generation of artist advocates for life on Earth. I think I've wildly not answered any part of your question, but I was into it.
No, this is great. I love listening.
So sorry. I lost the thread completely. But
go for it.
Bring it back, something sensible.
No, you're still on.
He's going to do the same. Well, I guess maybe we can take a few questions from the audience, or ask who works with a label, festival, or a platform, and what do you think it would take to embed something like this into your operations without it being kind of like without it being a side project? If anyone has any ideas.
Yeah, I'd love to know.
Thanks. I'm not in one of those organizations you just mentioned, but I am from the music industry news reporting platform musically.com, and Kathy, I've spoken to you before. I wanted to ask a question about what you last spoke about, which is this artists using their voice, which is, Misha, you spoke about with Billie Eilish as well, and feels you've noted this change where artists have started using that platform more. And I'm interested in scratching the surface a bit on why it's taking longer for a sort of unified approach to doing this from an artist level. We see individual artists, Coldplay doing amazing work, of course, but it's almost like, what is holding back a sort of unified voice or message or something to get behind that sticks, where we do see that in other topics?
I'll say a couple of things. I think there's so many things for people to care about. That's the first thing. It's not, it doesn't have to be your thing. First of all, only Coldplay is at Coldplay, and only Billie Eilish is Billie Eilish to some degree. I mean, the sort of the luxury and possibility to speak out doesn't make it easier to do. I think Billie is very brave and takes a lot of shit for what she does. And to be that young and that brave is a really, really big thing. First of all, I think there are just so many things to care about in the world. And we're trying to build energy around the sort of planetary crisis, but other people will be doing it on human rights and other social justice issues. There's definitely a groundswell movement in the UK music scene now that I would pretty much call rock against fascism. We can call it what we want. There are politer names for it or less polite, but the idea of music as resistance is really coming up very fast for people. You can see the form of politics that we're teetering on in the UK, and musicians have a lot to say about that. And it's deep in the musical tradition, I think, to resist in lots of ways. But I mean, you talked about this idea of like a unified message. I don't know if it has to be a unified message. I would love, you know, we exist, Earth Percent partly exists to provide support for an artist who, if you do want to speak out on climate and nature issues, we can provide support, training, resources, strength and safety in numbers. We are a movement, and there will be other people doing that on other causes. And as I say, I think the starting point also has to be, I can remember speaking to, I don't know if it's the best example, but Robbie Williams' manager once, and he said, I get 50 charity requests a day.
Yeah.
And Robbie has always been very involved in like sports, sport relief, so he does a lot with sport and kids, and he does UNICEF. And yet he's got 2 big projects, and yet I get another 50 requests a day. Think what we're asking artists to do. You know, I just think we have to throw our doors open wide. We work with music, and you know, climate-concerned music industry professionals, artists at every level. And I also think we are overly obsessed. There's a lot of power in the world's biggest artists, but the movement will be from smaller, grassroots, emerging talent. Place for all of it.
I want to add a little bit on that, because from the very beginning, a musician's role is to inspire people, get them dance, make laugh, make anything what music creates you. And then the structure comes. So our job is more to create a structure which is holistic. And the same, which you're saying, what we asked the artist, Robbie Williams, 50 charity offers a day, is the same happening in the football industry? No, not at all. No? I mean, of course, a lot of them do something social. But how much they could, it's the biggest industry in the whole world. Imagine Ronaldo after a game and he lost. Nobody gives a shit about a football game, 90 minutes, and I love St. Pauli forever. But it doesn't matter to humanity at all. How much power would it have if a guy afterwards say, yeah, I didn't score the goal, but you know what's really hard is the climate crisis, or let's speak out against racism and stuff like that. This is the biggest industry in the world. Sometimes I think it's really like you expect so much from the music and the art, and then all the other industries, they can just fuck off. Like the same is with me. If I earn more than 10,000 euros, I would have a big debate. Coca-Cola can get rich and richer and rich by doing bullshit. So I think it's not so much about the industries that already inspire the world and give something back, although not everything is good, don't get me wrong, but it's more about the other industries who are really like the fossil oil energy industry. Come on, they're just doing bullshit the whole day. So it's, I mean, this is, I think, more the discussion level we should have, instead of pointing at these who are already doing a lot. And I don't get it like that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and also, again, we have to sort of really think about an artist's life, right? How demanding it is. So what are we doing? Sometimes make it easy. One of the biggest actions we did recently was inviting artists to sign the petition against the Rosebank oil field in the UK, which that will be it's our biggest unexploited reserves of oil and gas, and our current government looks set to be about to approve its exploitation despite its manifesto promises. It was very straightforward. I was surprised the number of artists that wanted to sign it. It was almost like, give me something I can do. Tell me the place to lend my name if it's useful. The campaign trying to prevent that oil and gas field being developed, the Stop Rosebank campaign, who had organized multiple open letters from faith leaders, from parents and schools groups, from environmental charities. Which was the one that got the press coverage? It was the one signed by, Robert Smith and Massive Attack and Brian Eno and those people. That's the power of music. The fact is, we do live in a world where people are very interested in what artists and cultural figures have to say. So if we can work with those people in ways where they feel supported, where we make it relatively easy, where, as I say, they're not singled out, but they're part of something bigger, so they have that strength and safety in numbers, then I think we can do a lot. And I think there's a lot of will there. I don't think we're making it easy for artists always, and I think we're expecting a lot. And they need support. Artists need financial support, emotional support, well-being support, if we're going to also ask them to be our life advocates.
And also from a perspective of an NGO, I know that a lot of artists I'm working together get the 50 charity offers a day also. And they are not simple, sexy, social, and structural. And you have to come up with simple, social, sexy, structural ideas to make it easy for the artists to participate. Because otherwise, we all have a life, and it's complicated. And like Nina Chuba is singing, we are all doing that for the first time. So it's not that easy. We are not that experienced. So I really think make it simple for people to join in.
We don't have that much time left, unfortunately, so I'm going to leave it up to you. I have 2 more questions. I was going to ask about fans as change makers and barriers and challenges. Which question would you rather focus on? Would you rather go on, Kathy?
I hate challenges. It's full of, so I didn't get the other question, but I take the other one.
Fans as change makers. Viva Con Aqua has the most active volunteer base. How do you activate the fans? What keeps them inspired and motivated? I mean, all of this music would not exist without fans anyway, so they're also a super important part of the conversation. What do you do to speak to the fans and bring them into, this ecosystem that you're building?
First of all, never call them fans. Secondly, make it as simple as possible to get them engaged. It's like we're working with a lot of artists. We're having the art gallery festival inside the arena of St. Pauli, working with 5,000 artists all over the world. Give them the canvas they need, give them the paint they need, and then shut the fuck up and get out of the way. I think this is how you should work with people. Don't tell them what to do, when to do, and how to do it, but give them the possibilities to do something. And this doesn't matter if you're an educational system, if you're a CEO of a company or doing an NGO, and come up with very all-profit ideas. I mean, we just have 15,000 volunteers because they get the ticket for free for the festival to collect cups voluntarily on a music festival where they hang around, want to have sex, drink alcohol, do whatever they want, like all other human beings there, and make it simple for them and accept that they want to have a good time and offer them the good time and make it easy. So we have to create new structures that make it simple, social, sexy, structural.
Kathy, what about you? How does Earth Percent involve fans?
So I wouldn't say that's our speciality. We work with partners like Music Declares Emergency, who I think do a great job at activating fans. But I think when we talk right back at the beginning, and when I was trying probably slightly incoherently to summarize what we do, I talked about this idea of using the resources and assets of music in service of the planet. When we think about what those resources and assets do, the space of live music is amazing. So festivals are the backdrop to reimagining other worlds, which is an incredibly powerful thing. But even on the biggest, most commercial tour, there are spaces, there are screens, there are opportunities for messaging before a concert, there are spaces outside the concert, and that's what people like Billy does very well with her eco-village that's sort of around the tour. That's where Music Declares will have stalls at festivals as a way to kind of engage people. And so I think that really matters, and actually in some ways that can take some of the pressure off the artist. We're not necessarily saying to an artist that while you're on stage in your beautifully designed, carefully worked out concert, you have to say something at that moment. But using the spaces of live music, especially for that moment when, all the neuroscience tells you people have had this incredible collective euphoric experience. That's very powerful, that sort of emotional space that people are in, either before, during, and after an amazing concert. We know that there's a lot that can be done there. I also think one of the other really important things, there is a very important part of the why we're asking a lot of artists at this moment, is because they hold one of the last trusted relationships in the world with the people who love their music. So we don't trust the media, we don't trust corporations, we don't trust government, we don't trust big NGOs. All of the research will tell you that. People have an incredibly special and trusted relationship with artists and other cultural influencers whose work they follow. And that is, in a shrinking space, that is incredibly powerful, which is why I think so many people are interested in what can we do with artists to use that relationship, that trusted, engaged relationship for good.
If both of you could change one thing tomorrow, policy, structure, or mindset, what would it be? Just really quickly, because we have to probably take some questions from
I mean, my only policy demand is phase out fossil fuels. That's
you, Michel?
Well, Wall Street gets Water Street and take all the shares and give it to nature. We have all the solutions. We have all the ideas. We have all the knowledge, the technologies. We have everything. We just get our job done. Yeah.
We've got artists, managers, promoters, technologists, and fans in this room. Imagine your next release, tour, or platform. What could it look like if you baked in purpose, social purpose from the start? If you have any ideas that you'd like to share with us, we'd love to hear them. There's hopefully the Q&R code for Q&A. We have, I think, 3 more minutes. Like, what if every ticket sold, every piece of merch sold had purpose baked into it and embedded impact? What could that look like? Anyone? Okay. Sure. Like, what could you start doing differently just next week?
No, I have a friend that is just starting this. He's a very active DJ that travels a lot and just trying to now implement that from each gig is going to be donating 6%, and then bond with people and choose associations for that. So I think this is a minor step. But I think also as me as an artist, I'm such a small act that I always think is hard. But actually, if we all do a bit, this is where change starts, right? To then inspire the big people. I like what you said, that actually, you said that it's going to start actually from the small acts, from the grassroots. And I think this is how we can dictate the change. By smaller actions, inspiring each other to then, who knows, inspire people that have a lot of money. So
and it really matters that no matter what, I hate categorizing people by perceived success levels or size, but it doesn't matter where you are in music in the space. Being part of the demand for things to be better really matters, because the most disheartening conversation I ever have in the industry is when I speak to somebody very powerful in a label, let's say, stream, and they say, I just don't hear people asking for this. And it makes me want to weep, because I think people really do care and they do want it. So it may not be, if you don't make profit off your touring, I don't want to ask you to give money, right? I know how hard it is to make money, but if you do make money, if you feel that you make enough, or if you think you could bake something in, great, but you could be just as powerful saying to the people around you, every promoter, every venue, everyone that you work with, just say, are you doing anything to include the earth or any human rights project or social justice project in what you do, so that they can never say to people like us, I just don't think there's any demand for this.
Totally, yeah, to pair up actually with the venues, with the promoters, the festivals that are hiring you to do the same.
That's when everybody does have a voice.
Yes.
And if we just ask for it to be different, I think you'd be amazed how quickly it could be different.
Yes.
Thank you. So yeah, music can be a force for infrastructure. We have the proof of concept here. Kathy and Misha are doing it. The models exist. The question is, who's ready to build with you guys and the other ones who are doing the good work? Thank you for being here, and thank you for everyone else who attended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Goldsha Gavani, Misha Fritz, and Kathy Hunzimann for this inspiring talk. We're going to have a little changeover break, and at 2:10, we come back with Club Culture 2.0, healthy and high on life. See you then.
am Strand. Schieb mir ein Film, wir schauen ihn später an. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. An der Copacabana geb ich dir ein kleines Beso. Quiero mucho temperamento, lebt nur noch im Momento. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. An der Copacabana geb ich dir ein kleines Beso. Quiero mucho temperamento, lebt nur noch im Momento. Nach Benzin kommt Asphalt, Film auf 16 Millimeter. Trink Cola auf Eis, Mama tanzt Samba in Favela. Costoso, mi niña, la vida bougie. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de
Most Wanted Music 25. I feel like in my own TV show now with this entrance. Maybe it was a bit too much. Hi again, I'm Danilo Tim. Very excited to introduce you to the next panel. For also all the sober folks out there, people that want to experience also the ways of partying. I know in Berlin is very challenging. Club Culture 2.0, healthy and high on life. Leading this next conversation is a friend of mine, Christian Hude, founder of Pura Vida Festival, a gathering that celebrates community, consciousness, and creativity. Christian combines his background in startups and mindfulness to explore how we can live and lead in harmony, both in business and in nightlife. And the panelists are going to be Alexandros Tsachoridis, co-founder of Save the Dance, working on a safer clubbing environments and harm reduction in nightlife. Maximilian Wetzel, psychologist and nightlife researcher, focusing on mental health and care structures within club culture scene. Lindy Delight, our own head of programming at Most Wanted Music, artist manager, event curator, and co-founder of Delight Management, promoting well-being and inclusion in electronic music. And Rebecca Teasdale, international DJ, founder of Justice Through Music, advocating for awareness, recovery, and community within the scene. So please, warm welcome for Christian and the panelists for Club Culture 2.0.
Thank you, Danilo, for this introduction and a very warm welcome. Yeah.
One information. So you see that is one extra seat here. This is the format we're trying now. It's called the fishbowl. And whenever you feel like you have a question, you want to be part of the conversation, there's an open circle. So you can come, sit here, get a microphone, be part of it, and just have a nice conversation together, okay? Don't get intimidated, just come.
Yes, thank you very much. So as you heard, feel free to join our conversation whenever you have the impulse. Sometimes I will also ask if there's someone who might want to share something with that. And other than that, I'm super excited to host this panel here because of my personal connection to that topic as well. For me, it has been a journey of about almost 10 years inquiring how can a happy life be with sustainable euphoria. Yeah, that's how I call it sometimes. And that led myself to found a sober festival at the end of the day. And today I would love to ask the panel with a question. So what was your personal moment of transformation, of realization that led to this new way of relationship towards a healthy clubbing culture? Is there anyone who would like to start?
Okay, I will start. Basically, I realized that I'd been taking drugs and alcohol for 20 years, and I was just really stuck. I was depressed, and suicidal, and I had no career, even though I really wanted a career. And I just asked the question to myself: is it possible to go out clubbing, DJ, and do this without taking drugs. Is music enough? That was the question I asked myself. And that led on to making better choices and finding recovery, and yeah, now changing the person that wanted to party and take drugs, which is probably one of the most important things. If you stop, you're just like a sober drunk, as they call it. So you need to do some work on yourself, which I did. But yeah, that was my turning point. I'm Rebecca, by the way.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
I'm Maxi. I have a similar background. I've also been doing drugs and been battling with heavy alcohol and drug addiction for more than 20 years. For me, the turning point was when I lost my job, I lost my business, I lost the relationship to cocaine addiction, I lost friendships. Yeah, I had people in my friend zone that was suicidal. I also didn't know how to deal with my life anymore, so I was really at a point of no return. So it wasn't really a choice to say I want to stop. It was really, the point in my life where I didn't have any other option than turning my life around. So for me, it was also I wanted to stop for many, many years. I told myself 1,000 times, tomorrow, 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 and it never happened. So when the time came, I really thought my life is over, because I couldn't imagine how my life was going to be after, without any substances. But now I know that the rock bottom point, which I really had to hit, was actually really good, because once you're at the bottom, the only way is up. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks for sharing.
So in my life, I've been in the music industry for a really long time, and substances have always been around. But my journey with alcohol started way before I was in the music industry. I was drinking a lot as a teenager, and it just never stopped. You're asking about this moment, this where this change came. It's happened so many times where I felt, okay, now is the time I'm going to stop. And I would be able to stop maybe for 2 months, maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months. But in the back of my mind, I always knew that there was going to be the day where I would do it again, right? And I was, even though I was drinking a lot, I was still able to maintain my job. I was still able to maintain a lot of my, outer world parts. Like, I was able to keep it all in order. Of course, relationships, I would do embarrassing things and lose friendships, but there was many moments where I felt, okay, this is enough. And I was really grateful for the way that I did stop. It's not a very, I don't know if we should talk about it now or later, but it wasn't as a traditional way as other people stopped doing substances. I did plant medicine and never drank alcohol again. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me. So I would like to talk more about this as we go, but it's been the best thing that's ever happened to me. Yeah, stopping.
Thank you for sharing, Lindy. And there is a really special connection of your personal journey with that day to day. Do you want to share that with us?
Today happens to be the 7-year anniversary of me being alcohol-free.
Okay, wow.
Thank you. I honestly never could even have imagined that my life would be alcohol-free for even a year, 2 years. I could never imagine I would have made it this long. And I don't think I'll ever drink again.
And this is for you, because I know that you're 7 years old. She told us in the briefing. And
oh my gosh, that is so sweet.
I have 5
Thank
years,
you.
so
Wow. Wow. Thank you. I will put it back just over here again, but thank you. Wow, that is so thoughtful. I'm going to cry.
I use this as a moment to share my story.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First,
Yes.
I want to say thank you very much for showing up here. I'm on the strongest drug that you can be right now. It calls reality. I'm sober since 5 years. I was a heavy addict. I used to live in Berlin. And the moment I realized that I have to transform my life was I came out with the age of, I think, 24 of Watergate. I was coked up. I took some MDMA on top going to M10. I drove home, I jerked off for 2 hours and I felt nothing. I said, like, I cannot feel anything anymore. So I hired an escort to feel something. And the escort came into my apartment and said, I can pee on you, maybe you like it. And when I lied on my own pee, I realized I'm fucked. I'm a drug addict sitting in Berlin, coming out of the clubs, chasing highs. I need to change my life. So what I did is I left Berlin. I went on a cycle trip for several years without money, without nothing. I traveled the world on a bicycle for almost 6 years. A lot of people might know it from my story. And then what happened is I realized that the highest drug that you can be on is your own reality, but it's also the strongest one. When I'm sitting right now here, I feel all of those people and their pain that they went through. I also feel you guys, because I know sitting here, there's a reason why you sit here. But the reason why I gave you those flowers is because the strength that you need to get into this reality, to accept all the emotions that we have, all the feelings, all the spirit, all the soul, is a high. And once you know how to deal with that high, this is the most fucking high that you can have on life. So I want to say thank you to everyone who is sober, but also want to say thank you for everyone who tries to get sober. It's worth it, and I'm looking forward to share with all of you how to get there and how we can help each other.
Thank you so much for sharing this story. And I think what connects everyone at some point is also the topic of feeling, right? You have been mentioning that, and I think that's a very important one in regards to that, because I also made the experience myself that often I was numbing myself with alcohol just to simply overcome some unpleasant feelings, right? And it's something that I think we still have to learn in society, to teach that to the young people, to really make them understand how to manage that and how you can actually feel pretty high on just life, right? Because I really share that what you said, it is super powerful and it is the most beautiful that you can. But of course, you have to learn about it.
Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for sharing your very personal and also vulnerable stories with that topic. Which I can also imagine is not so easy because it's also still related to a lot of shame in society to actually start opening and talking about those kind of things. And a spontaneous question that came right now is basically the question, what have you been doing to overcome this shame on a personal level? Because overcoming addiction is one thing, but then also publicly speaking about it is another thing.
I keep it short. Speak about it. It's not a shame to take drugs. It's not a shame to run away from life. It's not a shame to be who we are. We come from, I don't know from where we come from. We have no fucking idea where we're coming from. We're coming out of our mother's vagina. We're coming to this planet. We have no clue what we do here. So I can totally understand that a lot of people from very young age start to drink, or I sniffed, or I did, because I didn't understand who I am deep down. And nobody taught me. I didn't went to school to my teacher, said like, hey, I have a problem. I'm not getting a girlfriend. I have a big nose. Can you teach me? He said, oh, I'm not responsible for this. Learn about Second World War. There was nobody there teaching me how to be myself. And to answer your question, I think it's very important to speak with people about what happens. It's so, also, I remember when I took coke in Berlin, it was so glorified. Pablo Escobar, I went years later to Colombia and saw people getting killed because of that stuff. I saw people getting trafficked for that stuff, and I feel like, what did I do in Berlin? Asking my dealer if he can get me pure coke. There is no pure coke. It's full of dirt, it's full of toxic, it's full of acid, it's full of kerosene. It's shit. So we need to talk about the things. We need to create awareness in the society that we are all addicts on something. We have all some addictions. My addiction now is like music. My addiction is water. My addiction is sports. My addiction is to be disciplined. My addiction is to be brave enough to speak here. And I think that when we talk about those things, it's very important to accept that, hey, we have those things, we have those feelings and emotions, and it's human. It's not a shame. We should allow ourselves to talk about it. I think talking is a good way to deal with it.
It's a good first starting point, yeah.
So for me, I can agree, it's the honesty, like accepting the reality that I have a problem, and not just putting makeup on the situation and pretending nothing is going on, although it's visible for everybody around me to see that I'm not dealing with things well. And also understanding that I can be an addict and I can have an alcohol problem, although I have a job, I can run a company, I can have a career, I can have a relationship, I can pretend everything is all right and I can still look all right, but I can also have a problem at the same time. And I think the perception of addiction is, you know, that you have to look really fucked up, that you have, you know, you're already not in control of your own life. And this is the outside perception of an addict, but I think we are all like very well functioning addicts here. So for me, really the way out was just to accept my own reality, you know. And then of course there's the shame involved, because these words like alcoholic, addict is not something that I want to identify with. But that's how it is. And once you understand this, you can use this for your recovery, you know, because you don't have to run away from yourself anymore. And yeah, that's, I think the honesty is the ticket into freedom in that way.
From my side, I think it took a lot to really understand the level that I was drinking. So, you know, after it was maybe a year of not drinking, it was like I was just getting used to my life again. I was getting used to, you know, feeling for the first time in my life. I was having to face every emotion, every situation head on, but I still wasn't necessarily admitting the level of how I was drinking before. And it took time. It took time. If I would tell people I haven't drank in a year or two, they'd be like, "Oh, do you have a problem with it?" And I was like, "Well, not really." You know, it took a long time for me to admit that to myself. And I think it even took about 5 years. I think 2 years ago was the first time I ever shared my story and explained, you know, the level I was drinking. Like, I was blackout drunk most of the time. Like, I didn't know how to just have a couple of drinks. It was just go hard or go home, you know, and going home and not remembering anything. And yeah, so in that process to understand the level that I was drinking and the harm that I was doing and why I was doing it, this was all a process. And it's still a process. You know, it's been 7 years, but like I'm still learning things. I'm still having realizations. I'm still connecting the dots. But every single year when I do say, okay, it's been a year, it's been 2 years, it's been 5 years, whatever, I have so many people messaging me. So many people saying, "Tell me how you do it. Working in the music industry, how are you able to abstain from drinking?" Like, it's constant. And the more that I do talk about it, the more that I realize how important it is for us to share our stories. People need to see that it's possible. People need to see examples. And that's why I have that urge now to be speaking about it a bit more. And maybe one day I will completely let go of all of that shame. I'm sure it's still hiding there, but it's not hiding enough for me to not share and speak about it.
I agree with all of what you've said. I would just add that actually being public it makes you accountable. So you have this persona, you are the sober one, you are the drug-free person, and if you, I don't know, like, maybe it's an ego thing, but if you then, you know, go away and relapse, then you've got to be accountable to, you know, for me, a lot of my fans and the people that follow me musically and my peers, and it's just, you know, you've built this life up so much without drugs that it's just too much of a risk anyway to relapse now. And so I use it for that reason, and to stay humble, to spread the message. It's actually step 12, Narcotics Anonymous, to share the message and take it wherever you go. And for me, I don't carry the shame. I carry the shame maybe in other areas, probably for the next panel that we're doing, maybe a little bit more, which is also linked to drug taking. But it is freedom. Like, once you get sober and clean, it's freedom, that's it. So there is no shame, you know.
I would just like to add one thing, because when you're coming from that shame, you know, when you're in active addiction, talking about it is very shameful, but once you get sober, it's, you know, admitting that you're an alcoholic or you're a drug addict, it's actually a way to protect yourself. Because if everybody knows around you, they also, you know, try to protect you and not expose you to difficult situations. So, admitting to this.
Some people.
But it's a way of, for me, it's a way of protecting myself, because I don't get asked, like, do you want to drink? Do you want to drink? Why don't you drink? Blah, blah, blah. You know, like me saying, I'm an alcoholic or I have a problem is a way of, you know, keeping that away from me as well.
Yeah, for me personally, there has been many steps that led to different realizations, and one of them was around 10 years ago, I joined a yoga retreat, and in the evening program, they had an ecstatic dance, and that was a very interesting moment for me because I felt really awkward, like trying to dance and to move with all those people, and I really didn't really how to manage it, and it took a while to really break free and started to dance. And at this point I think I realized, wow, most of the time since I was a teenager, somehow alcohol has been involved into dancing, and then I realized, wow, this is like almost like a norm in our society, right? And most teenagers, you drink when you go out the first times, and then you just keep on doing it because it's the norm. Right, and that unlocked for me a personal journey into sober and conscious dance and moving and understanding what happens in the body when you do that in a sober and conscious way, right? Because you move a lot of emotions, you move a lot of energy, and dancing is a really beautiful way of expressing all of that, right? But most people already until today are not so much aware about this factor. And I'm really wondering, like, now coming from this experience, how has it been changing or transforming for you now? Like, how has your dancing, your clubbing experiencing evolved into something more healthy and meaningful?
My life has become amazing. Yeah, I've had the energy to be able to take on so much more than I could before. There was so many opportunities that would present themselves that I know that if they'd been presented when I was drinking, that I would not have been able to handle them. So in that way, it's definitely helped me take care of myself, you know, and not drinking and taking care of yourself, these are different things, right? Like, you cannot drink and still treat your body in a horrible way with what you're eating or how you're sleeping. There's lots of ways to be harmful, but the absence of alcohol has definitely inspired me to take the best care of my mind, body, and soul, and that is, for me, is the most rewarding part of it. It's actually, like I said, it's been the absolute best thing that's ever happened to me, is to let go of that poison.
I have a moment that I want to share with you. I was in the lockdown here in Germany, and then I could not take it anymore. I was already sober, but it was even harder to realize now I'm alone. I moved out of the apartment of my parents because I got divorced, and then I moved to Germany quickly, and then I said, okay, I'm sober, I got my shit together, let's go to Greece. The lockdown was very hard. I just trained, focused, meditation, everything, and then somebody calls me from Mexico and says like, hey, I'm gonna hire you. I go through a divorce, I know you're a life coach, I cannot go to Greece because there's no way I'm going to this lockdown area. I go to Mexico, so I fly you in. And he flew me into Tulum, and there was no lockdown. There was like, people were partying like crazy. And he says, we go in the evening to a club. And I entered the club, and because I was in lockdown in Europe, and I see all these people, I just took off my shirt, destroyed the dance floor like for 8 hours, and the owner of Vagaloom Club came to me and said, I hire you the whole season, you become a dancer. I'm like, I'm not a dancer, I'm a life coach. He said, I'm gonna hire you every Friday. Somebody's even sitting here who came to visit me. We went every Friday backstage. I was every time on stage, and everybody came to me and said, give me what you take. I'm like, here. He said, how much MDMA is inside there? I'm like, no, there's no MDMA inside this, water. He's like, okay, bro, you put L inside? I'm like, no, listen. Drops? I'm like, bro, you see this is clean, this is sober. He said, no way. And I became kind of a cult figure in Tulum for the 2021 season, like completely sober, dancing every Friday. And people really ask me, like, how do you do? And I think what everybody can relate is when you get sober and you have this kind of discipline, you did the hard work, the sacrifices. What you said before is like people try to protect you. I had the feeling people try to get you in. They say, like, come on, don't be boring. What the fuck is this? You can't deal with it. And I feel like a lot of people take it for very normal to be high. I think this is a very common thing in our society to be high. Also on porn, social media, distractions, on a lot of things, coffee and everything. So nice. And then just to wrap it up, I became a dancer for a whole season in Tulum with this kind of sober energy. Crazy, as a life coach, becoming a dancer. Just wanted to drop this to share this beautiful moment with you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Clarks, and I personally didn't ever drink or take drugs because of my father. He was like an alcohol addict, and I think that's the reason. I just wasn't into starting that, so I never started. I am very interested in the format of ecstatic dance. I have experience in that, and on the other side, I'm also just a musician and trying to connect or personally being in between pop music culture, usual clubbing culture. Also, sometimes I go to raves or whatever. Always sober, and I would be interested about the formats. I know ecstatic dance. I know also the people who go there. But I would be interested in finding formats, and that's why I'm here also, because it was in the text, or that's what I thought is the topic. What are the actual formats that you find? What structures do you offer to people who want to experience sober club life? So maybe sober concerts, but just bridging also maybe the target groups between those hippie ecstatic dance people and more mainstreamy people. I'm searching for answers or searching for formats that are a little broader maybe than just the ecstatic dance scene. So do you have your formats? Do you have answers to that question?
I mean, I DJ to mostly fucked up people. Sorry for the swearing, but they are. It's true. But I think by being vocal about my sobriety, more and more people contact me and they say they come alone because they're sober or they're clean. And I feel like now that it's not a prerequisite to take drugs anymore, going out clubbing. I have never been to a full sober rave. I would actually really like to. I think there's is it Lunchbox Candy? There's a few places here that would be interesting, and I still have to go. But I feel like it needs to be mixed, and we're trying to share, as a performer, just sharing energy regardless of what they're on. If we think about it drugs kind of expand people's consciousness, and also just going out and dancing, your consciousness becomes open as well. The amount of gigs I've done and got back to the hotel room and my mind is completely open, and that's just from DJing and listening to the music. So yeah, that's kind of my experience. The crowd is getting more mixed. It's not as a stigma anymore to be sober, and I think that's just years of development. And when I started being out and wanting to be sober, there was nobody. There was no one I could look up to and go, okay, they're sober, I can do this. So it was a little bit of a difficult time. That's 16 years ago. So things have definitely changed now. But has anyone else got any?
Yeah, I also feel that it's changing a lot with the younger generation. And when you were asking that question, there were two things coming into my mind, right? Are you based in Berlin? Or?
I'm based in Hamburg.
Yeah, because in Berlin, what I see in the recent years, around all these kind of yoga and ecstatic dance, there emerged a lot of new practices. So one thing that is really famous in Berlin in the recent years is fluent body, for example, where people dance in a very certain way, and it's almost like I would say an emotional release session mixed with dancing. I would describe it like that. And there have been emerging many different formats where people just meet for 2-3 hours and they just dance, or 5 rhythms dance is one of them. And next to that, it was also one of the questions that personally led me in creating Pura Vida Festival, for example, because I like ecstatic dance, but sometimes I also think, okay, this space is like too much. Why there is not normal music playing, for example, normal club music, where people are sober. And when we started Pura Vida Festival, that was also one of the intentions, to bring also like real good, especially electronic club music into a conscious and sober space. And what was really interesting to see is when you provide a space where everyone is sober, then actually no one is missing something. That is the first place, right? There is no one even thinking about drinking a glass of alcohol or taking something else. That is super interesting. And the second is all the DJs, especially also from the conventional electronic music scene that come to our festival, they are blasted away because they've never seen a crowd freaking so out than the sober people. And that is the most ironic and the most funny thing that I can see in that space. And so for me, it's a lot about creating those kind of spaces where the people can come together, and then you can almost put any kind of music there, and I can guarantee it's an explosion.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you for bringing that in.
Hi. I feel compelled to say something just because I don't really speak about this very often publicly. But I've been sober since 2004. I've lived all over the world. Being in Berlin is trippy because this is sort of my last hooray 25 years ago. And it's interesting to be here all these years because I could never connect back because the world was very different from the sober world I discovered everywhere else in the world. And there's a huge shift here in Berlin that I'm very intrigued by, and I think all the new friends I've made here accidentally all happen to be sober, or not accidentally, right? I think there's an energy to that, there's a tribe. You know, I've lived all over the world sober. I have danced my way across the universe. I love dancing, I love music, and I love life. And I wouldn't have any of it if I hadn't left Berlin, if I hadn't left the party scene, if I hadn't exited stage right and gotten sober. And so, but that said, I would say, I'm 45 years old now, that my life, I went to my 25-year school reunion in my hometown here in Germany, and I haven't lived in Germany in 25 years. So, for good reason, for all of those reasons. So, going back to see the people that I grew up with and being recognized, even in the school books, as the one that caused the most problems, you know, went the hardest, and was also the most fun. I think I continue to still be the most fun, but on a completely different level. And as the night went on, there was a divide between those who used to go out with me and still maintained their habits and lost their coherence, and those who found joy in a completely different way. And so, yeah. Maybe this is just a little story of hope that 22 years later, this is what sobriety looks like, right? Living life to its fullest and knowing that, especially as a woman, you can go absolutely anywhere you want and into any room, and you never have to anesthetize yourself to do the things you want to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And how is it for the two of you? Like, how does clubbing for you looks now? What has been changing? Like,
so for me, until I was 37, I've never been out sober, and for me it was impossible. Like, I couldn't imagine going to a club, not doing any substances. So when the day came that I did become sober, and that's the weird thing, because when you're in addiction, you plan this day, you know, 1st of January is always a good point to get sober, but it never happens. But when the day comes, you don't know that this is going to be the day. Yeah, it can't be planned. For me, I had to take a really long break because I just really needed a long time to recover, like physically and mentally, from everything that happened to me. And I took a long break from clubbing. And then I didn't know if I can go out. You know, I have to go out during the day. I can't go out at night. Now, obviously, I can't stay that long anymore because I get tired at some point. So things change, but it also depends on how you look at things, because if you look through the, you know, when you're using, you obviously attract people that use as well. And when you're sober, suddenly you attract people that are also sober. And I didn't have anyone in my friend zone or the people that I hang out with that was sober. Actually, one person, that's a lie, one person, and that was always very alien to me, you know, how he can do it. But now that I'm sober myself, I'm actually surprised how many people you can meet that don't use. So it's really about, you know, how you come across and who you're actually looking for, who you want to meet. But for me, it took me a while. You know, I needed some distance, and then I had to, you know, like step back in again with a different mindset, and also understand that it's totally possible not having to drink or to do drugs.
Thank you. We have someone new joining the round.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Uma. I'm 20. I started drinking very early on in my life. Like, I was really young. I think I grew up in a place where, I don't know, it was kind of alternative education. We were kind of like the opposite of what you were saying. So we were really like we had people to lean on, you know, we had people teaching us it's okay to be whoever you are. And still, I was always like a very impulsive kid. I was always looking for something I was always trying to be more fun and be more interesting and kind of, you know, I was always chasing something. And that made me very impulsive. It made me very prone to kind of taking the first thing that was like going to change my state of consciousness, you know. And so very early on, I was very addicted to things. I have very like addictive personality. So when you say I couldn't just enjoy a couple of drinks, I couldn't do that. I was always looking for the next glass and, oh, I have to finish this glass of wine and I have to take the next one if they offer me. And, oh, you're going to leave that glass? Oh, I'm going to take it, you know. So it was always this. And I was in boarding school and I got suspended in my last year right before my exams. And it kind of just made me question everything. I was like, what am I doing, you know? Like, I've grown up in such a loving environment. I've grown up in such a nice place. Why am I always trying to hide from myself? I'm running from, what am I trying to run from? And so I quit. Like, I used to smoke cigarettes a lot, which is not like that altering, but I still think it's a very big addiction. And it was like nicotine addiction really badly, like with the chewing gums and the patches and everything, you know. And alcohol and weed and then I just went cold turkey and I just stopped everything because my parents got to know and they were like, what the hell? You know? And it was like, for them I think it was also very difficult because they were like, you know, we've always been so open with you. And they were sober when they had me and my siblings, but before that they struggled with big addictions. So I was just sort of at this place where I was like, what do I do now? And I went sober. Well, I wouldn't say sober, but I stopped. And then in the summer, I was in Ibiza with my siblings, and they have like huge clubs, you know, in this party scene where everyone's like completely on drugs and everything. And I entered the club and I was like, what is everybody doing? Like, what? It's so strange to be sober in an environment where everyone is like going crazy, and you kind of just, I could see through everything. I was like, it's like everyone's trying to run away from, I don't know what it is, you know? So for me, it's like the question is, how do we create like environments and places where it's okay to be sober? Like it's okay, it's cool, you know? It's like, it's nice, you embrace a part of yourself. And yeah, I don't know, I think that's my question. It's like, I think it's so glamorized in today's society to just have a glass of wine or have a beer, you know, and just do it because everyone else is doing it. But where is that change? Like, where do we create like the flip? Is my question.
I think that's a super interesting question. Thank you for raising that, because for me personally, it's also a lot about creating those kind of spaces. You know, when I'm thinking about Berlin nightlife sometimes, if you enter a club sober, it is sometimes the most awkward environment that you can actually think. It stinks, it's dirty, it's like whatever. It's a place where you definitely don't want to be, right? And so I think in these terms, there still has to change a lot. And I'm super curious, do you know spaces where it's happening like that? Or do you have ideas how to create that kind of spaces?
I've been hearing a lot more, I think we touched on a little bit on the last question, but there's been a lot more of these like sober events popping up. And you're seeing it a lot more with the younger generation, you know, they're creating like book events, like book club events, or they're sober this, sober that. So, and also even just speaking to club owners that I know, they're not making as much money because the younger generation is just not drinking. And sometimes it's to reframe, you know, looking for where you can find those spaces. We all have the freedom to create these spaces ourselves. If we have an interest, if there's something that inspires us, we can find the spaces and start building this community around what you believe and what your perspective of sobriety is. We don't need to wait for anybody else to do it. We can all do it ourselves. And we're seeing a lot of that.
You touched on this topic. I think it will not happen. There will not be a space where only people are sober in mainstream.
But it exists.
Huh? Yeah, it exists, but the big ones that you mentioned in Ibiza are like, you know, like big clubs like this. Because there's a big industry behind that too. It starts with the movie industry. It starts how we look at alcohol. When you watch movies, Hollywood movies with cigar and a cognac and all this is all like, also we get conditioned that this is normal. We think we're entering now a time where people like you with 20 coming and sitting here. I was with 20 chasing like a dealer, get some coke, okay? Was not sitting here and debating about like, wow, it's good to be sober. So I think, first of all, I want to give you a lot of respect. Also
Absolutely.
cold turkey, like brave, good stuff, like good way. And also when I come right now from Ibiza, somebody hired me over there, pretty known DJ, says like, I don't get my shit together, I make a lot of money, I'm living in Ibiza, I have my house, come over here, I need to get clean. And he told me like the industry feels that young people stopping also to drink. Like they feel it everywhere in the world. Like people start to recognize like, hey, maybe it's not that good for my body, for my mental, for my emotional, for my soul, for my spirit, for my relationship. You know how much problems also being an addict or being like on drugs creates for environments, for your family, for your friends, for your jobs, for your performance, for everything. So, but I think we will never walk into like Universe or DC-10 at 8 o'clock and everybody's like with a mineral water and the Apfelschorle and we go like and she's playing music and we're like, this is so good. And you know also why? Because I think also from the evolution of humans, we used to take drugs all the time. But this is what I see with a very different intention. I was in 2013 in Bangladesh and they smoked opium on a ceremony which happens every 5 years and they were cleaning like childhood traumas on opium. But there was not like to get high and watch then porn at home and sniffing a line on after and play poker. It's very different intentions today. But I think we are in a transformation where people like you going out and showing other people like, hey, I'm 20 and it's cool to be sober. And that's why I encourage you to keep going out there and represent yourself as authentic you are and spreading the message.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm gonna go so somebody else can come. But nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really inspiring. What about you? Have you come across interesting spaces or also alternative ways on experiencing natural highs?
I mean, through music, like music has to be the main drug, I suppose. It's probably the biggest thing for me in my life. So I don't need anything. I don't need anything when I go out clubbing because I have the music. I'm not a massive fan of bars. This is where the difference is. I can go out to a club and because it's so loud, I can be around so many people that are taking drugs and drinking, but I can't hear them. So if they try and talk to me, it's usually, I'm kind of deaf as well. So I like that experience. I still feel free in those spaces. And having to learn how to DJ sober, it took me about, I think I had 6 weeks between my first gig and getting sober. and I managed to do it. I mean, I got a massive Red Bull addiction to the point of my name was Red. Was it Red? What was my name?
I don't remember.
I had a nickname, like through CLR. I had a nickname. It was like Red Buller or something.
I'm gonna think about that.
Yeah, I had a nickname. And I could easily drink like 5 cans of Red Bull in a night. That was the first couple of years. But it was, you know, I was anxious. It's an anxiety thing. That's why you walk into a venue and you're like straight to the bar, like I need to down a shot or something. It's this anxious energy that most addicts have. I wanted to also just touch on the last girl, is it Uma? Yeah, she basically, when she said about going in and observing people, not everybody is an addict, so we have to really understand this part. There's lots of people that can just go out and take a pill and drink, and then they go home at 6 o'clock and they go to bed, they sleep, and they know the consequences, they know they're going to feel like crap. The difference is that I don't want to go home. I'm already planning where I'm going for the next 2 to 3 days. I'm the last one there. Might be mute for at least a day, but I'm still taking drugs. And that's the difference. I can't stop. I don't want to go home. To the point where, yeah, it's destructive. So navigating those spaces, not everybody's like that. People are, you know, we're in the entertainment industry. Clubbing is entertainment, and drugs are part of that, and alcohol is part of that. So we have to accept that. But you can also go sober. There's soft drinks served at the bar. We have to, yeah. I don't think there should be such a taboo around this stuff anymore. But yeah, back to the music part. I'm extreme. I've gone from like techno into hardcore, so that's where my music addiction has taken me. I need to like jump around at 180 BPM right now to feel something. So my addiction is still there, but I love it, and it's a journey, and everything in my life right now is just basically a product of me stopping, changing the person who wanted to take drugs, doing a lot of self-help, a lot of like therapy, recovery stuff, learning about myself, taking accountability, and having awareness around everything. And you then create the life of your dreams. You know, I would never have been able to be a successful DJ and travel the world if I wasn't clean and sober. I was a mess. I know people do it. It is attainable, but I just wasn't that person. And I'm super grateful for that. I like the contrast that there's one life I had there, which was, you know, I went to hell and back. And then this life is just like, it's a continuing remembering who I am and trying to grow as a person. So yeah, that's...
Thank you. And we have a new guest here. Welcome, Roya.
Thank you. I have a question. For someone who, or no, if somebody wants to stop taking substances or stop drinking, normally they want to stop partying or going out, more to say. For someone who doesn't want to stop going out but still wants to go with friends who are still taking substances, what were some of the cues or skills or words or ways that you told yourself or you did for yourselves to kind of stay strong and not go to the bathroom or to the bar or join that circle and still like have a good time and not feel left out?
So for me it was very important to be attentive to my body and my mind. So if I would plan to go out on a Saturday and on Saturday I would feel stressed or feel anxious about it and feel like I can't deal with the situation, then to not go, you know, to really understand how is my stress level, can I actually deal with the situation, and then not expose myself to something that could be overwhelming. So you have to be very sensitive to this. And for me, it was also important to surround myself with other sober people, you know, to have a sober buddy on my side and to know that there's somebody I can count on, and to know that I'm not surrounded by only high people at the end of the night, to really know I have somebody by my side I mean, now I can go on my own, I can be a sober buddy myself to somebody else, but in the beginning it was just very important to have somebody to have my back. And then also to leave, you know, if you feel like, okay, I can't keep up. I do the same, I have like 5 Red Bull and 5 Club Mate, so I go home with heart race, you know, so some things never change, but just really to leave the situation when you think you can't deal with it anymore.
I think also it's just to build on what Maxi said. It's also key to ensure that the people that you're surrounding yourself with also respect your decision. You know, that you're around people that are aware of these changes that you do want to make, and don't make a big deal or don't make it obvious, like, hey, I'm going to the bathroom now, you know, and to have the people around that support you. And I also feel that to really understand what the why is, the reason why you don't want to drink anymore, the reason why you don't want to party. And that should be also something that should be strong enough, sometimes, you know, strong enough to carry you through those moments of temptation. It's like, how will I feel tomorrow? You know, what I want to, who I want to be, what I want to be. And seeing that version of you, you'll start making those decisions to get you to that place, right? But it's definitely important, the support system that you have around you and people around that don't try to put it in your face, and that support where you want to be.
You should also communicate this why to your surrounding. When clients come to me and say, like, I go out with my friends, I'm so nervous, I tell them, hey, you're all in a WhatsApp group for this party anyway, or going to a festival or whatever. Put in this group on a statement that I need your help to stay sober. And if these are your real friends, they will protect you. They will say, you got this, and they are starting to respect you even more, step by step. And they get inspired by you too. I see a lot of my clients who say, like, hey man, you believe what? My friend stops now too to smoke weed. Or he stops the coke during the week at work, just on the weekend. But it's a good step forward, huh? We reduce. So what she said is very important, the why, make it aware for others. And then the people around you will also separate. You will see the ones who respect you and accept your decision, and the ones who really help you to get there.
Yeah, thank you so much. There were amazing tips around it, and I feel we could share a lot more about this topic, and at the same time, our time is already running out. But there is an invitation, so if you want to talk to any of us about those kind of topics, we will be around here at the site for a little moment, or find us later on the conference. And in general, I personally found it super inspiring to have that conversation here again. Thanks, Lindy, for inviting us, for bringing that topic also over here. And what I take away with me from this session is that this topic is just the beginning. And that it also takes so much, right? Because it starts with personal education, how it really means and feels to be a human. It goes over potentially into drug policy, and it goes over into designing spaces that are actually made for a sober togetherness and for a sober high with people, right? So it crashes like so many topics, and I think all of that topics we could debate for hours here. But I would love to encourage everyone who's here, take these thoughts with you home, think about yourself, how can you create those environments for yourself, for the people around you. And with that, I would like to thank everyone for participating, for listening, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much for such an inspiring conversation, for sharing your vulnerabilities, also for the members of the audience that came and shared. It was very special. We're going to have a little change over a few minutes, and we're back at 3:15 with the artist manager as co-founder about the ever-evolving relationship between the artist and manager. See you soon.
in an open top white Ferrari. I wanna turn up, slow down, hold your hand, turn up, slow down, hold your hand, turn up, slow down, hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Chasing a feeling, a season, a weekend. Casting the same role, I'm Liam Neeson. Wanna be free, only you are invited. Wandering kisses, a touch on your eyelid. Holding your hand, turn up, slow down. Wanna be nude or the food while we iron. Talk about dreams in the night while we passing a blunt. Fill the glass with the rum, make it last, girl. Holding your hand. Hold your hand. I wanna turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Can I play with your breasts while you play mine? Can I take you to places they can't find? When I call you my baby, you did smile. Anytime you make ready, take your time. I wanna take my lady by her hand. I wanna teach my lady some I can. Mid off for I'm done chasing with no plan. Mid off for I can't wait till we touch down and hold your hand. Hold your hand. I wanna turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand.
Here we are at our 2-month break, and I think we made a huge mistake. Why did you let me walk away? Here we go, feeling miserable, 'cause we both know that what we did was wrong. And I'm gonna drink until I don't feel this pain no more. I'm gonna drink until I don't feel the shame no more. 'Cause la-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. Even though it's no one's fault that we both have, so let it go. How am I here craving for your love? If I until I don't feel the shame no more. 'Cause la-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. Even though I am drunk, I hope you listen. 'Cause I've got Jackie with milk in my system. And I hope that you do know that you've been a fool. Drink some Hennessy and gain some wisdom. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you.
Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. In deinen Armen zu sterben, von dir gehalten zu werden. Einfach fallen lassen, nicht drauf achten, was nach uns kommt. Jeder Schlag hinterlässt Kerben. Spür, die Welt wird immer schwerer. Schutt und Asche, Scherben, den Nerven, die Chance auf eine Zukunft genommen. Welt steht in Flammen, wir schon zusammen hin. Alles getan, bisschen versagt, treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. Wir sind nur wir dank Jugendsünden. Schau, wie sie unauffällig schwinden. Prokrastinieren, verlieren uns in Zeit. Genießen das Leben in vollen Zügen. Aber Menschen sind müde und Wetter ist kalt. Aussicht ist trübe, so ist das normal. Will nur noch fliegen, der Reiz kommt in Schüben. Der Regen verwischt meine Tränen, ich wein. Jeder ist anders und denkt dasselbe. Jeder will frei sein, alles gelabelt. Verlieben uns in die Probleme der Welt, aber keiner ein Schimmer, wie's endet. Welt steht in Flammen, wir schon zusammen hin. Alles getan, bisschen versagt, treiben so langsam ins Wahnsinn. Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. Und wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn
pennies now, you can bet your bottom dollar when it's hundreds of thousands, they're going to be the ones who are going to try and be shady.
And this is really an important part as well. It's really difficult to get that out, to figure it out at the beginning.
Very, very.
So sometimes you have a good feeling and you say, so I have 2 artists I knew from, I don't know, we talked 2 hours and I knew, okay, I mean, you never know if it's 100% then the way it's going to be, but you have a feeling and then you go out and say, okay, I trust that person from the start and give it a chance. So this is good. And then it pays back sometime. But sometimes there are people where you immediately feel, okay, no, we don't speak the same language.
Exactly. And there are times there's belief in the person, it doesn't work out, and that's fine. We will always believe in people because our job is to support people anyway. So even if you are burned, you roll the dice and you go again. I've had artists before who've done things that I wouldn't recommend, and that's their character and not mine. But we still believe in art, we still believe in integrity, and we still believe in getting the job done.
Mm-hmm. What we do is sometimes that we just start working with each other. In Germany, we say have something like a Probezeit, that we just try 1 year. Maybe sometimes they pay like a fee or something just to, but more for the spirit that it's like giving and taking. So, and after 1 year of working on concrete projects, we have another base to decide, okay, does it fit or not? And this is what I like when I'm not 100% sure, or if the feeling is not there.
We do a similar thing. We do like a trial period, you kind of test out.
How you call it? Control period?
Trial.
Period.
Trial. Hope they're getting it right. We do a trial period and you test out, and if they're like brand new, we might not even commission on anything under like a few hundred. We just leave that. That's not even worth commissioning. Yeah. So we'll do a trial period and see how it works. It's almost like, someone you're working with. It is that you're figuring out if there's synergy and you get on.
Yeah. And I think it's a good tool if you're not have the right feeling right from the start, right?
Absolutely.
So, okay. And regarding one time back to that point, different structures, different models. Have you heard about colleagues who do not work with a management contract of 20%,
yes.
but without, for example, they just take the publishing rights and act as a publisher?
So, yes to both. So, an anecdote story that I've got, many years ago, I dated this girl and her dad managed George Michael. That was done on a handshake. That was without a contract, on a handshake. Obviously, that there was a spoken rule of 20%. So some managers, if you're brave enough and like living on the edge, you might do it on a handshake and like, yeah, I'll shake your hand. I agree to be yours forever and you're mine forever and it's whatever. Some managers in new companies are saying, okay, so rather than 20%, we're going to go and do a deal structure where I'm going to invest capital in you and sign your publishing and I'll get paid off of that. I think that's very smart as well. Everyone's empowered. The artist gets a bit of capital up front. It's worth doing, obviously. I don't think it's worth doing if the artist isn't getting any money in the beginning. I'm trying to think of an example where that wouldn't work because you've both got to be, it's got to make sense for both parties. But I think it's very smart, especially if you're a brand new artist, you need some money. It gives the management some security, it gives the artist some capital, and you can both win together.
Is it difficult for you to make the artist clear how to start and what the way is? Do you communicate the way, okay, after 1 year we are here and you have to pay this and that, or we do it like the trial period?
Yeah,
do they understand immediately what you're up to and do they trust you?
That's why we always get our artists to get a lawyer independently. We might give them a list of here's 5 lawyers who we like. Ring them, meet them all and choose your favorite lawyer, but we can't say use my mate, my friend Dave, he's amazing. We can't influence you in your choice of lawyer. So, we'd sit down with them before doing anything. We want to make sure everything is transparent and above board and get the lawyer to step in the conversation and ensure that they're fully aligned. The only thing, actually, going back to your point of investing in artists, is anybody aware of a production deal? What that is, a production deal? So a production deal happens a lot in the US, and it's typically where the artist signs all of their rights to you, and then as the manager, you go and sign their rights to a third party, like a label, etc. It can be really good. I believe Erykah Badu had a production deal. She signed to a guy called Keita Massenberg, who then signed her rights to Universal, and they're now working and obviously earning money together. But it can go bad as well. So TLC signed all their rights to their manager, and they signed to a major label, sold millions of records, and only made hundreds of thousands. They did a famous speech, I think at the Grammys, they've sold millions of records and now they're broke because their manager had taken all the money. So again, it's a real trust thing, you know, earning rights and stuff and being above board and getting your lawyer involved. It's complicated. It can be simple, but, you know, I always encourage artists to get legal advice, always, and understand the terms of the partnership.
So we share the attitude that the artist should be aware of the things,
Always.
not in every deepness, but should be...
Always. Even part of my management style is educational. If I'm talking to an artist about a deal, I explain what it means in the parameters of the business and say, I would do this, this is my choice. What are you saying?
I think it's really important that the artist knows what his piano on stage costs and what the people are earning and what, you know,
100%.
just to have a feeling what is going on there. I mean, I have another example, an artist I'm working for as a digital consultant, so I'm not the manager, but I'm working for them. And he's an artist who says, okay, and there are a lot of them, I think, I only want to be creative. I don't want to have nothing to do with deals, with numbers, with anything, with contracts. Okay, I'm not a fan of this, but there are these artists, and they are genius often. So what do you do then? So this guy is built his own company. He had first one manager, and they built up a team. Nowadays, it's like they have 10 employees or something. It was really, really successful. Is it something, I mean, I'm looking at this model and I think, okay, if he breaks his arm, the whole company is done. So this is my pain point with this structure. So have you experienced with that?
I haven't experienced that, but again, I would just always be transparent, like, okay, I know you're not a numbers fan. I'll give you top level numbers, just give you a flavor of what's going on without getting into detail. But again, I think it's really important that they're just aware of little bits. It's like going to a job and not checking your pay packet or your pay salary. Just know what's coming in a little bit. You know what you earn a year. You know, just education for artists is really important. I like to educate them on the business because it's just so they can know really what and how it works.
And regarding teams, what is your experience there? I mean, you told me before you have employees, right? For your own,
a couple of employees,
And they are working for all artists, or are they assigned to...
So we split it up. So occasionally I'm day manager, and the day manager is the person who does the day-to-day work, the person who gets back to the emails, goes to the meetings, etc. Or a scenario where my colleague is day manager, and I'm overseeing. I'm across everything, but there are some that I'm really hands-on and involved, and there are some that I only step into when it's like deals. I'll do the deal and strategy. I don't mind. I don't mind either really. I'll do both happily. It depends on, I guess, my passion for the project, the music, and the artist. If I'm day manager, but it depends really. I could be just the person reading the emails or doing the deal. But we exchange roles. Everybody's got the one artist they work on as a core artist, and the one they might oversee.
I see. Okay. Interesting. I had employees as well. I told you until the pandemic. Then I changed the model, but it was too hard for me, too risky. And since then, we're working with small teams as always, freelancers. The core team should be like with a long-term vision.
Yeah.
The artist, booking agent, and management. So the three of us. And anything around is like, can change from time to time. A PR agency or something, a label. Okay, would be cool if it is a long-term partner, but we know how it is. Or distributors.
What are the benefits for you of using freelancers? What do you see as the benefits as opposed to the full-time?
The risk. I don't have them on my payroll simply every month, and we are faster in making decisions. So a bit more flexible. In every can, and I love to make decisions really fast when and we have the three partners at the table. We can make democratic decisions, and either we all three agree, or if two against one, then we do what the two wants. And I like this spirit and the dynamic in these small teams. And this was always my pain point with big partners. record labels or big booking agencies, where the processes are so slow and they assign the task to somebody you never have seen before. And then you're hanging there and waiting for a response and you don't get the next step, and this is really annoying, I think. So
this goes back to a point of picking the right team is so important. When you've got a good team with an artist, be it their lawyer, agent, you just feel so empowered because everyone's really on job. Everyone's doing their thing. It's like clockwork. Everyone's doing their thing really well. I love it. If you've got a great team, it's the best.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, the difficulty is the more people are involved, the more complicated it can get. Yeah. So the communication ways are longer, and is a big point. We already just have 10 minutes, if I see it right. We just talked the whole time. We wanted to involve you all after 20 minutes, so we didn't do that. But let's open it up, right, for some questions. I have a look at the tablet as well.
And there's a microphone here if you want to. Do you want to come grab it?
Hi, thank you. I actually have many questions, but I will go with two.
Okay.
I'm artist manager for many years with different artists. And the thing is that I was starting in Ukraine, where we don't have at all music market. And now it's only starting growing. And that's why I didn't have really knowledge or experience how it works in normal conditions. But now I work with an artist who has a name, and the question is, how do you start with an artist who has a name bigger than yours, when you are only a beginner in current conditions in this market, and you don't have so much connections, but you're growing very quickly, of course. Anyway, you can't, of course, expect 50-50, and sometimes even 20% looks like too much to ask in some conditions. And the second question was, how do you get a team? How do you also employ people without having a chance to promise them something if you are also investing most of the time in this artist? Thank you.
Great questions. Do you want to start?
May I start with the second question? Yeah. I think we both agree you need believers that have the same attitude as you. You have to find people where you have the feeling that they have the intensity for that job, for what they're waiting for the artist, of course, for the art the artist does it. So I think this is quite clear, right? You need companions, not just workers or employees. So this was my experience before the pandemic, that it's nice to have an assistant, but if the assistant just does his job, it's too little in our field. We need people who are really onto that topic. Yeah.
Trying to remember what I was going to say. I had some points in my head. I'm trying to remember them. One of the things is, don't undervalue yourself. If thinking 20% is too much, don't undervalue yourself. I always think, right, when you're negotiating with an artist on your management contract, I always think, from the artist's point of view, if you're a manager who's not fighting for your own rights, how can you fight for their rights? So they're going to believe you that you're somebody who really fights in their corner if you're fighting for your own corner in the beginning. So I believe an artist wants a manager who is strong and knows what they want, because how can you manage them if you're insecure about yourself, right? So fight for your 20%. It doesn't matter if they're bigger than you. You've got skills. Just go out there and build your name on their name and build your network. It's really, really important. No artist wants a manager who is scared of taking what's fair.
And make clear what you're going to do. The fields of activity you work on are so various, as we said, so tell them. And that has a price.
Get paperwork as well. One more thing, get your paperwork, because you don't want to invest all of your time and it becomes meaningless. Obviously, God forbid that happens, but just make sure that you're also secure in doing the work and are not doing free labor.
Did we answer all your questions, more or less? Yeah. Are there more questions? Yeah, please.
I'm just interesting because you said like, okay, I have artists, I'm investing like 5 years or even 4 years. And then the normal, I don't know, management contracts that I can imagine are like you're doing this for a contract for 4 to 5 years and then they prolong for another year or whatsoever. And are there any expiration clauses? So I imagine, okay, the artist becomes super popular, you invested for 4 years, no minimum wage gained, right? Then any bigger management just snaps them.
The greatest question. I love this question. So,
okay, that's the question.
In a management contract, there really isn't a fixed term. Unlike a record deal when you've got a term, or a publishing deal where you've got a term, there really isn't a fixed term. It's just until it isn't working anymore or serving any parties. It is not pretty common, but it is common for artists to go and jump ship to other managers. But you've got a sunset clause in contracts, and that means that you still get paid for the projects you've worked on. So that means, let's say you worked on album 1, you'll still get paid on album 1, let's say for 3 years. So the first year, it's 20%, a full commission. Year 2 is 15%, year 3 is 10%, and then it fades out. So you still get your dues. It's not particularly still fair because the artist is still earning off your groundwork, but that's as fair as it can be. Hence why we're talking about new models of being a partner with the label, really empowering them and working together on publishing and on records, because that way you're less exposed and are true partners.
Do you have more than 2 years as a sunset clause in UK?
Well, some lawyers would push back and say, "Oh, we only do 2. Try and get 3 if you can." You know, try and get what's fair. Fairness is the name of the game.
And this is a really important point. So this is
very important
our
very
security,
important.
almost the only one we have in the contracts as managers.
Just a short follow-up, but it's only a sunset clause, so you never, because, well, from my experience, I once did a deal where it's just like, okay, I gain my percentages for whatever comes up in the next years, but obviously it's less percentage because I also get compensation for projects I have not been involved with, but that are just coming up. Is this super?
You don't really get, well, so if you've been let go and you've departed, you don't really earn money on things you haven't done. So if they sign a massive €1 million publishing deal in 5 months after they've left you, you don't really see a penny. Unless you can prove that you've done a bit of legwork to get that, you don't get anything out of that. It's just how it goes, really. So, yeah, it's a game built on trust.
So if you want to have a better sleep, maybe the option with the publishing rights could
100%
could be more healthy for you. Please.
So I have 2 questions. You said that you typically take 20%. Do you take 20% of gross or of net? And my second question is, what happens if, like, you as a manager, you negotiate a deal with a label and, like, you negotiate an advance for that deal? What happens if the deal is signed and then the deal between you and the artist breaks? So, like, yeah.
So the deals that we sign are normally net. For instance, like, it's not net with tax, so obviously you'd invoice the artist and they'd pay their tax separately. But if give you an example, if they are, trying to give you an example where it would be net. Let's say they're receiving money and all the money isn't theirs, they've got to go and pay their bands and etc. expenses. You only commission on the artist's earnings. So what goes in their pocket, not what they've got to pay out to other members of the band, legal fees, etc. But when you've got an advance from a record deal, it wouldn't include, I'm trying to say it correctly, it wouldn't include them paying tax and then paying you. So it's net, but not with tax. If the artist signs a record deal that you were involved in and they leave you, you were involved in the deal, so you've got to get paid still. They can't, like, say, I've had artists that I'd signed as an A&R when I was an A&R at a label, and it was always funny. Whenever they were doing deals, they would be managerless twice. They would do deals. Money comes in, they've lost their manager. Finally, then album number 2, they've got no manager again during the deal. And I realised it was a pattern that they were doing. So that wasn't cool, by the way. But usually, if you're involved in the deal, you get paid. Yeah.
All right. Looking at the watch.
Just to add there again, we are pro artists here, obviously, and pro art forms, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope this got clear, that we are always looking for balanced deals and really, the other one, every side needs the other one, right?
100%. It's a real partnership, as we were saying.
And this transformation never ends, I guess. So
always evolving, always. It's fun.
Let's see. Maybe we have another session next year or within the next years here or on other occasions. So we break up here because time's up, right? Or one question more is possible? Okay, cool.
Should we get someone else? Somebody else, sorry, just get someone else in.
Another person?
If no one else has got one, then it's going to be you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Tell me, please, from your perspective as an artist manager, what key traits, skills, and professional habits in a musician make you say, oh, this is someone I want to work with him or she. The green flags that signal a strong fit for collaboration.
The biggest question at the end, where to start? I mean, I think the point we had in the middle of our discussion, of course, you are attracted by the art the artist is doing, so you find it somehow interesting and convincing. And the next step is this personal level. You have to build trust in a short time. It's like in every other company, you have to get a connection to the person, and to build trust, and vice versa. Yeah, the person in you as well. So this is the main task, and this is sometimes more important. With my first artist, I built up from zero. I was really unsure. I had not the feel. I had like such a list of points where I said, okay, we have to work on that on stage. How she's performing and so on. So from that point of view, it was like, okay, this is too much. She's not there yet. But in the conversation, the first and the second and third conversation we had about it, I made this experience, okay, she sees the issues the same, she has the same feeling, and we can talk about that. So I got the impression, okay, we could really work on that together, because she's putting the same questions as me. And so we immediately started to work on these questions. And then I remember I said, okay, I really want to work with her. I don't know if it's going to be successful, and maybe we are quit in 6 months again. I don't know. But if you get that feeling, this is the most important part, maybe even more than the art itself. So it's just my experience. I don't know if you can add something to that.
Just to add to that, I would say raw talent is really important. You've got to be good, obviously, at making music. Integrity, as I was saying, you've got to trust the person. And, I always use the analogy to artists that we're working with is that they're driving the car, so they've got to be a self-starter, and we're guiding them. We're reading the map. We're saying, turn left here, mind this pothole here. We're guiding them, but really and truly, they're the ones who are having their foot on the pedal, and we're making sure that it's a safe and smooth journey.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We're done.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks for listening. Thank you, Dean. It was a pleasure. Really cool. And have fun.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dean and Malte, for such a nice conversation. Thank you for the questions, everyone. We're going to have a change over now, and we come back at 4:40 with an intimate one-person talk conversation with you, Nick Sabine. See you at 4:40.
ziemlich großen Drang der Öffentlichkeit. Du bist mein Bundeskanzler, aber dir ist komplett egal, mit welcher Partei. Würde ich dich fragen, hey mein Lieber, was willst du erreichen? Ich will mal zitiert werden von den schönen, schlauen Reichen. Danke für die tolle Antwort, weise warst nur du schon immer. Ein Jahr verschwindet meiner Zeit. You're going with me. It's gonna be loud, oh honey, you heard me. Don't make it sound, I'm ready to break me. It's gonna be loud, oh honey, you heard me. Honey, you work me now, it's coming back. Honey, you're so sweet in a treasure chest. Honey, you work me now, it's coming back. Honey, you're so sweet in a treasure chest. Flames reaching out. My broken heart, oh honey, you heard me. Don't make it sound, I'm ready to break me. It's gonna be loud, oh honey, you heard me. Honey, you heard me, now it's coming back. Honey, you're so sweet and a treasure chest. Honey, you heard me, now it's coming back. Honey, you're so sweet and a treasure chest. Honey, we're melting downhill. Honey,
Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Він питав, що стало з тобою. Ніколи ти не бачив такої. Він кричить: отямся, отямся. Я кажу: не здамся, не здамся. Він каже: ти котися в прірву. Ти ж дівчата, ж ніжне створіння. Тобі не личить бути такою. О Боже, я стою собою. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно. Добійся ці правила. Правила, правила. 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 Добійся ці правила. Боже, твій сатис бажає добра. Він скаже: будь вище мого лайна. Боже, твій сатис бажає добра. Він скаже: будь краще, будь вище. Цього всього лайно. Завжди прокидайся разом з птахами. Не фарбуйся, роби його ранниками. Виглядай як леді з манерами. Будь вище, будь краще, будь більше. Цього всього лайно.
Branches against the grain, cracks in cloudy clouds. We got our own inside. Faces to the sun. Overgrown fields where we collide. Overgrown between the rooms. Chains will fall and memories. Fountains grow between the rooms. We move towards the endless space. I wanna unwind her hands on me. I wanna go dance like 1, 2, 3. Picking a night passenger seat in an open top white Ferrari. I wanna turn up, slow down, hold your hand, turn up, slow down, hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Chasing a feeling, a season, a weekend. Casting the same role, I'm Liam Neeson. Wanna be free, only you are invited. Wandering kisses, a touch on your eyelid. Holding your hand, turn up, slow down. Wanna be nude or the food while we iron. Talk about dreams in the night while we passing a blunt. Fill the glass with the rum, make it last, girl. Holding your head. Hold your head. I wanna turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Can I play with your breasts while you play mine? Can I take you to places they can't find? When I call you my baby, you just smile. Anytime you make ready, take your time. I wanna take my lady by her hand. I wanna teach my lady some I can. Midolfo, I'm done chasing with no plan. Midolfo, I can't wait till we touch down and hold your hand. Hold your hand. I wanna turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand, turn up, slow down. Hold your hand,
'Cause la-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. Even though it's no one's fault that we both have to let it go. How am I here craving for your love? If I can't have you, I won't ever have no one else. I'm gonna grow how to let you go. 'Cause I'm gonna drink until I don't feel this pain no more. I'm gonna drink until I don't feel the shame no more. 'Cause la-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. Even though I am drunk, I hope you listen. 'Cause I've got Jackie with milk in my system. And I hope that you do know that you've been a fool. Drink some Hennessy and gain some wisdom. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you. La-da-dum, I need your la-da-dum love. 'Cause I la-dee-da miss you. Yeah, I la-dee-da miss you.
Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. In meinen Armen zu sterben, von dir gehalten zu werden. Einfach fallen lassen, nicht drauf achten, was nach uns kommt. Jeder Schlag hinterlässt Kerben. Spür, die Welt wird immer schwerer. Schutt und Asche, Scherben, den Nerven, die Chance auf eine Zukunft genommen. Welt steht in Flammen, wir schon zusammen hin. Alles getan, bisschen versagt, treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. Wir sind nur wir dank Jugendsünden. Schau, wie sie unauffällig schwinden. Prokrastinieren, verlieren uns in Zeit, genießen das Leben in vollen Zügen. Aber Menschen sind müde und Wetter ist kalt. Aussicht ist trübe, so ist das normal. Will nur noch fliegen, der Reiz kommt in Schüben. Der Regen verwischt meine Tränen, ich wein. Jeder ist anders und denkt dasselbe. Jeder will frei sein, alles gelabelt. Verlieben uns in die Probleme der Welt, aber keiner ein Schimmer, wie's endet. Welt steht in Flammen, wir schon zusammen. Alles getan, bisschen versagt, treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. Und wir treiben so langsam in Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lang hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn wir werden immer schneller fahren, den Scheiß noch an die Wand. Chirp, aus dem Paradies in mein Grab. Chirp, wir waren auf Feier und sind ausgebrannt. Chirp, das hat sich niemand ausgedacht. Außer Gott vielleicht, aber den haben wir schon lang verjagt. Und wir treiben so langsam den Wahnsinn. Die Welt steht schon lange in Flammen. Wie lange hält dein Lächeln noch an? Denn werden immer schneller, fahr den Scheiß noch an die Wand. You know what I do when I'm feeling down. You know what I do when no one's around. Our love is a one-play game. I'll stay in tonight to play a grid tight. What's in my mind? What's in my mind? I guess I better leave my mind. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. What's in my mind? What's in my mind? I guess I better leave my mind. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. Maybe I'm just stuck here. Hey boy, don't beat yourself up. Hey boy, you are good enough. When you feel so done, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Hey boy, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Gotta get to grips with number one. Dreaming of love is all in my head. You look in my eyes, I'm already dead. 'Cause loving a phone just isn't the same. I'll stay tonight to play my mind grip tight. What's in my mind? What's in my mind? I guess I better leave my mind. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. What's in my mind? What's in my mind? I guess I better leave my mind. Maybe I'm just stuck here forever. Maybe I'm just stuck here. Hey boy, don't beat yourself up. Hey boy, you are good enough. When you feel so done, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Hey boy, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Gotta get to grips with number one. Hey boy, don't drive yourself crazy. You need that love. Gotta get to grips with number one.
Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. In der Copacabana gebe ich dir ein kleines Beijo. Quiero mucho temperamento, lebt nur noch im Momento. Trink mein Aqua di Coco, bin zur Hälfte Chica Loco. Samba flamboyante, ich leb auf Kante, mag es pikante, trink es frisante. Sand an meinen Schuhen, Kaipi in der Hand. Salz auf deiner Haut, mein Bauch braun gebrannt. Promenade voller Licht, Wellen brechen am Strand. Schieb mir einen Film, wir schauen ihn später an. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. In der Copacabana gebe ich dir ein kleines Beijo. Quiero mucho temperamento, lebt nur noch im Momento. Flieg mit mir, Baby, wir gehen nach Rio de Janeiro. In der Copacabana gebe ich dir ein kleines Beijo. Quiero mucho temperamento, lebt nur noch im Momento.
stage. Hi, hi. So many people, so nice. Very excited about the next session. We're going to host Nick Sabin, co-founder, co-CEO of Resident Advisor. Maybe you heard about that. Coach, entrepreneur, purpose-driven leader, invites us into a reflection on identity and reinvention. Everything to do with our theme, transform. How to rediscover who you are beyond your brand. So please welcome warmly, Nick Sabin.
Hi everyone. Thank you very much for being a part of this talk. With the theme of transform for this year's conference, I wanted to talk a little bit about the transformation that can happen inside of us when projects that we give so much of ourselves to become successful, and the shifts that can happen that actually long-term have a detrimental impact on our creativity, our vitality, and the impact that we seek to have with the project and the reason we started it in the first place. So I wanted to also talk about, and I'll finish with a bit of insight about a transformation that can happen inside of us to allow us to actually reconnect with the project that we began in a meaningful way and actually allow us to enjoy the thing that we've spent so much of our time, energy, heart contributing towards. Sound good? Okay. Let's do this. Okay, a quick question to start. Who here has ever tied their sense of worth or happiness to the success of a creative project or professional pursuit? Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone. For me, that happened to such a degree that I became completely enmeshed with the project that I was responsible for co-creating. And ultimately so much so that not only did I co-create the project, it co-created me. And the question that I, in 2018, failed to answer was this one. Who am I without RA? So RA was the project that I started in 2001, and over time had given so much of myself to it, and unknowingly had given so much of myself to it that I essentially became it in many ways. And it meant that when I asked myself this question, I was unable to come up with a meaningful answer. And so I knew that I had to consciously choose to step away, because if I didn't, I would never be able to answer that question. And that culminated in a moment in the end of March 2021 when I was sat in front of my laptop in my flat on my own, and because it was COVID, I had to give my goodbye speech to my laptop and to a bunch of faces, some with their camera on, some without their camera on. And to say goodbye in such a seemingly inconsequential way to something that I'd given so much of my life to, and something that had in many ways shaped me, felt very incongruent with how important this thing was to me. And I remember at the end of March, I just closed my laptop and just completely burst into tears and felt completely lost and completely alone. And it was something that I knew I needed to do, and it created the space to allow me to investigate some of the questions that I'll share with you today and invite you to ask yourself. And it also created the space for me to come across some insight which I think is really meaningful and important when we're building projects in the creative space. So how did we get here? So in 2001, I was a 19-year-old music-obsessed kid, and I found a sense of belonging in the electronic music community in Sydney. And so much so that I felt a part of it just as a fan, just to going out to nights, to discovering new music, to discovering new artists. And I realized that I love this thing so much, I asked myself, like, how can I be a part of it? Like, how can I make a contribution to this thing that I've finally, like a place where I finally feel like I belong? And it was that question that actually birthed RA. It was a desire to, like any 17-year-old, I bought turntables. Unfortunately, I wasn't as good a DJ as any of my mates. So I had to scrap that as the path. And I realized that I love writing about music. And so I really wanted to create a place on the internet that could support emerging artists, to help people find the best events, and ultimately a place where many of us could write about music that moved us emotionally and that we could share with other people. And it was never about money. It was something much more important than that. It was about belonging. And it wasn't started to make money. It was just started to make a meaningful contribution to the culture that I'd fallen in love with. And ultimately it was for love. And that was the primary fuel for the entire project in the beginning. And that actually propelled the project for a number of years, until later on I realized that with success comes obligation. And that is actually a very subtle shift that can happen over time. And it can often seem that it's the same sort of passion and the same sort of drive that results in the late nights and the early mornings and the constantly working. And it can seem very similar to the drive that I had it would seem very similar to the drive that I had in the beginning. But there was one major difference, and that difference was, rather than energizing me as I did it, it actually drained me. And I began to realize that I had shifted from beginning this project for love and with love into a place of obligation. And that's obligation to the project, obligation to the team, obligation to the staff, obligation to the mission, and ultimately obligation to the identity that I had created for myself as the co-CEO of this project. And that identity was Nick at RA. At some point in the 2010s, I would have been Nick at RA in 99% of people's phones. And I hadn't realized that I'd actually become that to myself. And in doing so, I'd basically created an internal drift that was masked by external success. And unknowingly, I'd created the conditions to not be able to really enjoy the project as much as I would have loved, because I was driven by obligation rather than love. And so I asked myself this question of, like, what is it costing me to actually lose myself in this project? And ultimately, any meaningful change we seek to make in our life has three critical components. And I realized that they're awareness, intention, and action. And in the awareness phase of this self-exploration, I realized that the awareness was always there. It was just I refused to look at it. It was the fatigue, it was the burnout, it was the loss of joy and flow in the work that I was doing. It was the fact that the work was draining energy rather than giving energy. And on a personal level, it was a divorce. I'd given so much of myself to this. I'd lost myself so much in this project that it had a huge personal consequence. And I realized that the cost is actually huge. And it's a cost that is often hidden. And I knew that I would never truly know the cost until I made a conscious decision to step away. Because I knew that if I never stepped away from the day-to-day running of this project, a project that had shaped much of my adult life, that had given me so much in terms of meaning, in terms of purpose, in terms of identity, I would never, ever be able to answer that question. And obviously it was incredibly scary to step away from this thing that meant so much to me, and ultimately was a source of love for myself as well. Like, I moved towards this thing and wanted to be a part of it because I felt a sense of belonging that growing up as an only child I always sought, and I'd finally found it, and we were doing something that was in service of this community that had given me so much. And so it took a lot of personal courage to consciously make a decision to step away, but I knew that I needed to do it because I also realized that working out of obligation extensively meant that I was also not the best person to lead the project anymore. So that was the intention element, that was the plan to step away. And then the action part. So what was I actually going to do once I decided to step away? And initially it was actually doing nothing. So I realized that I'd never been bored since I was 19. I had given all of myself to this project in a way that every single spare waking moment I devoted to this project. And I had no awareness that that's what I was doing. I was just, I love music, this is contributing to music, this is supporting independent artists and independent music, this is where I need to be spending my time. And I didn't realize in giving all of myself to that in literally every spare moment. So, you know, being at a festival and before everyone else has woken up, I'm opening up my laptop, answering my emails, having gone to bed like an hour before. Then everyone wakes up, closing the laptop, and then, you know, heading out into the festival. That was like a common behavior of mine. And didn't ever notice that that might have been a work addiction or anything like that, but that was just how I operated. And what I realized actually that by creating the space to relate to the project differently, I rediscovered my love for music. I discovered more new music in the first 6 months of stepping away than I had in probably the previous 5 years. And ultimately I realized that the transformation I was seeking in leaving wasn't so much about actually moving away from the project. It was really about moving back towards myself. And I'd become so fragmented within myself that I had lost my true sense of self, my true alignment, in a way that was draining my energy, as I mentioned, was reducing my vitality. And when I had this realization that it was actually much more about returning to wholeness within myself, I discovered the work of an amazing guy called Jim Dethmer, who actually explores the world of integrity, not through the idea of like a moral good, but rather this idea of wholeness, energetic wholeness. And he has 4 pillars of integrity, which I'll talk through in a sec. But what I realized in actually evaluating my life and my relationship to work and my relationship to RA through this lens of integrity was once I started actually moving back into alignment and actually becoming energetically whole again, I was able to relate to the project in a much more meaningful way. I was able to rediscover the joy of why I began it in the first place. Because I think when we shift to obligation, we actually, at the same time, even though it can seemingly feel like it's driving our performance, obligation is usually in service of the perceived needs of someone else rather than ourselves. You know, any of you who make music might realize the shift when you start making music for someone else rather than yourself. It has a very different energetic imprint. And what I realized is when I came back to myself through this framework of integrity, I actually rediscovered the vitality, the creativity, the expansive thinking that allowed me to ideate the idea in the first place in a really, really meaningful way. And ultimately to enjoy the fruits of so much time and energy that I'd given to this project. So what are those 4 pillars? So the first pillar, and I really encourage you to, I do this exercise probably once a month whenever I'm stuck, feeling stuck within myself. And you can do it individually, you can do it as part of a team. And if you and a group of people are able to commit to living primarily in accordance with these pillars, it's extraordinary what can happen for creativity, vitality, and the execution of impactful ideas. So the first pillar of integrity is radical responsibility. So are you willing to fully own your choices? Are you willing to fully accept that you're the architect of your reality? Are you willing to move beyond blame and victimhood consciousness. Personally, I'm very, very comfortable in victimhood, so it's always worked for me to notice that, step out of it, and reclaim my agency by recognizing that I'm the creator of my reality rather than someone else. And that, especially if you're working in a team, this is an absolutely huge one. The second pillar is radical honesty. So are you willing to be radically honest with yourself, perhaps your partner or your partner in the project that you're working on? An extraordinary thing can happen when you make a commitment to honesty, and because ultimately when you're not honest, the first person you're not honest with is yourself, and that immediately creates a disconnection. And an interesting thing happens when we choose to withhold from another, we actually energetically withdraw from them. And if you're collaborating on a project or a business or anything, the moment you have a bunch of thoughts that you don't share, a bunch of your truths, then that conscious choice not to share it means you withdraw from them. And then because we're creatures of confirmation bias, we then project onto them the very thing we didn't share, because we then view them through that lens to confirm the thing that we assumed about them. And very, very quickly you can create an extraordinary level of disconnection in yourself and team just by not being willing to be honest. And it's amazing what happens from a connection point of view, firstly with yourself and others, when you commit to radical candor. So the third pillar of integrity is a really, really important one, and it's a willingness to feel all of your feelings. As a man growing up in a patriarchal society, we're often taught to not do this, and so it's been a lot of personal work over the years to fully allow myself to feel what is alive in me. And when I run this process these days, it's more often than not this one that is actually where I'm stuck. So it's an unwillingness to fully feel my anger, my sadness, my loneliness, whatever it may be. It's very, very quickly it takes me to a place of realizing that there's something that I'm not willing to fully feel. And when I actually allow myself to do that, it's amazing how much aliveness comes back, how much creativity comes back, how much energy comes back, and how much more expansive my thinking is about what is actually possible. And so I think for creativity, I think this one's absolutely essential. And the last one, which is a very important one, is making and keeping impeccable agreements. So do you only make agreements that you actually want to make? When you do make them, do you keep them? And if you can't fulfill them, are you willing to renegotiate them? And I would say that probably 80 to 90% of drama in relationships and in teams happens because of unkept and unclear agreements. And so much energy is wasted, so much distrust is cultivated because people haven't honored their agreements or they weren't clear in the first place. And very, very quickly this can cause a huge amount of energetic drain, impacting creativity and ultimately impacting vitality. And in living these 4 pillars and noticing how much shifts in my life when I actually come back into alignment with myself and my own integrity and my own energetic wholeness, it allows me to relate to any project that I'm doing with more gratitude, more courage in terms of what we can do with that, more connection to it, and ultimately be a better steward for the idea, be a better teammate in something I'm collaborating upon, and ultimately be an infinitely happier person. And so what I realized in this kind of quest to answer the question of who am I without RA was it was never really about, becoming someone new or needing to evolve my identity into something else to fully enjoy this project or enjoy this creation. It was ultimately remembering who I am, why I started this thing in the first place, and why I wanted to be a part of music in the first place. The emotional resonance that music had had to me to the point where I wanted to devote my life to it. That was why I began this project in the first place. And somewhere along the line that had got lost because I was in service of the success that we had created. And that then created this huge amount of distance from the project that I had devoted so much of my life to, which meant that ultimately I couldn't enjoy it in the way that I deserved to. And so I leave you with that. It's just to remember that evolution within oneself, transformation within oneself is not always about becoming someone new. It's not about needing to relate to the project in a different way. It's actually more about how you relate to yourself. And in the spirit of transformation, I think that is a transformational act, because it's easy to lose ourselves in something when we give so much of it. And we, especially when we start to get that external success that validates the thing that we're doing, and then it creates more obligations to more people, it's very easy to lose sight of why we started the thing in the first place. And so this is a moment for me as much as anyone just to remember that it's really about coming back to oneself rather than becoming someone new. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nick Seven. That was very inspiring talk.
Thank
I
you.
can relate so much, and I'm sure many of you also. Thanks for sharing these tools. And I invite you, in 10 minutes, we have the last panel of the day here. It's going to be very exciting, how we can rebuild the future of events as a community. So stick around, and I see you in 10.
Thank you.
Good job.
I
Mann, umgebe mich mit Leichtigkeit, die um nichts kreist. Trink, Bruder, trink, damit uns nicht das Nichts beißt. Man umgebe mich mit Narrenspiel und 2 Gramm Koks, zieh es weg, Schwester, auf dass uns nicht der Morgen holt. Bin dabei, mich zu zerstören, meine Fresse schmerzt beim Kiefern. Lauf mit dir durch den Wald, ein leichter Wind bewegt die Kiefer. Fang gereizt und übermüdet einfach so mit dir nen Beefern. Hab schon lange keinen Spaß, doch will nur ein bisschen G, Mann. Du scherzt, jeder Rockstar hat geballert, keine Sorge, ich fang wieder an, ich lern für meine Prüfung. Aber morgen, ich brauch das, um zu schreiben, ich brauch das, um mich zu spüren. Ich brauch das, um meinen Kopf der Verkopftheit zu überführen. Ich brauch keinen Gott, keinen Halt, brauch keine Moral. Kann dir nicht zuhören, wenn du sprichst, es tut weh, ist so banal. Deine Kindheit war sehr hart, du wurdest niemals abgeholt. Aber sprichst dir gerade du oder spricht dir grad das Koks? Ich hole Bier beim Späti, hasse meine Ignoranz, will doch nur ein bisschen Spaß. Wieso bin ich so ein Schwanz? Wieso halt ich nicht die Fresse? Wieso hör ich dir nicht zu? Wieso hängt ihr mit mir rum oder lass ich euch nicht in Ruhe? Abgemagert rauch ich meine Lunge rot und rot. Ich kämpfe zwar für nichts, aber sexy bin ich schon. Kämpfe zwar für nichts, aber sexy bin ich schon. Ich stink nach Sperma und nach Fleisch und nach Knoblauch und nach Schweiß. Bin ein Arschgesicht mit Undercut, das nichts mehr aus der Schule weiß. Wache auf, Kopfschmerz, Zahnweh, Nasenbluten. Hol mal bitte Konterprosi, aber einen guten. Mama zahlt das G und Papa zahlt das Speed. Keine Ahnung mehr, was ich hier noch will in Berlin. Das Schöne hier, es ist jedem egal, was du tust. Das Schlimme hier, es ist jedem egal, was du tust. Halbseidene Gestalten, wundgeweinte Augen, dürre Arme, rote Lippen, die an morgen glauben. Morgen wird es besser, morgen geht es los, morgen fange ich an, werde ich endlich wieder froh. Ich hasse das Klischee, laufe täglich vor ihm fort, holt mich ein in der Küche eines Altbaus über Port. Nie Gespräche über Sport, nie Gespräche über Nachbarn, wir sind nie provinziell, doch einsam an Weihnachten. Glotzt nicht so romantisch, ich mach mein Ding, ihr Ficker. Muss niemals ins Büro, aber später kurz zum Ticker. Weiß nicht, ob ich dich mögen würde, wären wir beide clean. Ich zieh mit dir zusammen, doch würde nie mit dir zusammenziehen. Abgemagert rauch ich meine Lunge rot und rot. Ich kämpfe zwar für nichts, aber sexy bin ich schon. Kämpfe zwar für nichts, aber sexy bin ich schon. Ich stink nach Sperma und nach Fleisch und nach Knoblauch und nach Schweiß. Bin ein Arschgesicht mit Undercut, das nichts mehr aus der Schule weiß. Wache auf, Kopfschmerz, Zahnweh, Nasenbluten. Hol mal bitte Konterprosi, aber einen guten. Mama zahlt das G und Papa zahlt das Speed. Keine Ahnung mehr, was ich hier noch will in Berlin. Das Schöne hier, es ist jedem egal, was du tust. Das Schlimme hier, es ist jedem egal, was du tust.
Everything happens at once in a city. A day in every minute, second show no pity. Nope. Lessons become blessings for those that stay witty. No blinking and slow thinking, we're digging for gold shillings. A flash in the pan, a dream we hold dearly. Truth, we should jump in the water instead of fishing. Hello. Proof, no one reached their goals by only wishing. Hello. Nobody gets to eat if the chef ain't in the kitchen. my life. Don't interrupt my high note.
Hello again for our last panel of the day. Show me some excitement. Yeah. I'm excited about this one. Community is the venue designing the future of live events. I've been working with community since the last 8 years in Berlin with 2 choirs, and for me this is everything. This is my family away from home. It's like the chosen family and how we come closer and stronger together, and I think Most Wanted is also about this, right? Creating this community. So, to close the day we have Felton Cortillo, Head of Communications and Social Media at RSO Berlin, and also known to many as DJ and curator Cioro. Felton has been shaping Culture Club and creating storytelling between New York and Berlin for over a decade. He'll lead this conversation on how community itself can become the new venue, redefining what live events mean in the future. The panelists will be Ukay Damme, founder of Isla Berlin and creative producer building inclusive spaces that merge music, fashion, and social connection. Cass O'Grady, event designer and cultural programmer, rethinking live experiences through accessibility and sustainability. And Anahita Sadigi, gallery owner and founder of Anahita Contemporary and Worlds Within Worlds Festival, exploring the meeting point of art, sound, and spirituality. So please, a warm welcome for our panelists. Yay!
Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? Good. So we're here to discuss the topic, Community is the Venue, Designing the Future of Live Events. We're going to go around and introduce ourselves and what we do first, and then we'll get right into it.
Sure. Hi, I'm Cass. I am the music curator, and I lead the operations for a party and spatial design studio called Playbody. We operate out of London, and we're essentially a collective of 4, which then expands out into a further collective of creatives and architects and designers and musicians and DJs and things like that of around 30. And we have a base in London in Hackney Wick, where we operate our club and experiment with designs and things like that.
Hi, I'm Ukay, and I'm co-founder for Maya, if you know Maya Berlin. And I'm also the head of marketing. I'm a DJ and booker, promoter, like everything. Yeah.
My name is Anahita. I'm from Berlin. I'm a gallerist, curator, cultural producer. I founded The Loft Presents 2 years ago, a multidisciplinary event series at the intersection of art, music, and live performance. And I'm very happy to be here.
My name is Felton. I DJ under the alias Cioro. I work for RSO as head of communications and marketing. Been there for 3 years, and I'm originally from the US. And I know it's always a question. People always want to know where in the US. I grew up between Boston and New York. So we're just going to jump into the topic. So after the pandemic, it's always been interesting getting people to come back out to events. And I feel like more and more over the past years, it's become more about what you can offer as an experience, as a venue, in order to persuade people to just leave their couch. And more we see different platforms or organizations getting creative with these things. I know for one, where us at RSO, one of our points for people to attend is our sound system on the main floor. Everyone wants to hear the banging techno on the main floor, on the Kirsch sound system that's customized to the floor, and just being the industrial venue that it is. But how are other ways along the projects that you all have, how are you getting people to come out to your events with these creative setups and so on?
Yeah, so we started Playbody because honestly we were quite bored. I've worked in the music industry for over 10 years and everything felt quite the same. Everything was taking place in a club. Capitalism had really, really hit hard in the way that it did in the early 90s. And we found ourselves in this space, especially in London, where headliners were the thing, community definitely wasn't the thing. Emerging artists were not getting a platform. And the queer scene in London was almost non-existent. It had also become commercialized, which you could argue is not the correct way for a queer scene to operate. So that was our vision, but that wasn't our vision. We were bored. The vision was that we would pool our creativity. So one of the founders is a spatial architect. So one of the ideas was how can you transform the club space and make something new? And my partner is the other founder, and her thing was how can you connect people? So I think this pairing of people coming together and just saying, like, what can we do that actually doesn't exist yet, which is often the hardest thing to do creatively. Everything's been done before. And so we developed the idea for 2 years. We scouted spaces in London for 2 years and literally knocked on doors. And we found a space that we were just going to rent for a few days to do the party every other month. Long story short, we actually got offered the lease of the space full time. And so now we rent this space, pay an extortionate amount of rent to do the party every other month. And we run it as like a shoot location. So, you get like an ASOS coming in and doing this photo shoot. That doesn't really mean anything, but it does mean that we can do our party every other month. And that's how we're operating. What we realized was that we were silly to think that we could ever do this in any other type of way. We have to have ownership of the venue because what the party became to be was something extremely free. And so everybody that comes agrees to sign a social contract, essentially saying that you're going to be as free as you possibly can be, and we're going to put a lot of responsibility onto you in exchange. And so, yeah, that was it really for us.
Okay, would you like to elaborate?
For me, because Maya is actually like our location company. Like you didn't have to look for a place. We decided to divide. Like Maya is in 4 sections, and we have like the one section is called the Maya Gallery. The second is the Maya Pool, and we have the Maya Backyard, and the Maya Garden, beer garden. So we decided like the beer garden is for free, and there we always have we try to do a lot of community events also for free, and there we have open mic, open decks, so to bring the people a little bit more together, and then we have the backyard, for example, where we always have like this, we gift for communities which don't have the possibility to pay for much for a higher rent. And then we have like the inside, the gallery, where when we make an event, we use the screens. We have 24 screens, which we use to add like information about the event. It's not just a DJ playing. We try to always put a lot of information, just for example, when we make like an African party, like just say Angola independence is happening this weekend. We will make a lot of information. When you come in, you can read about it. You see the gallery, you see photos. You learn something about it. So we make this whole event a journey. That's what we try to do. And the pool, of course, there's a lot to see there, but we also always try to make the journey with the music, modern African music. So we really try to put all the sections with a lot of entertainment, but also education, because we recognize that only parties, only dancing is not the thing anymore after the pandemic.
That's very smart, yeah. Anahita?
Yeah, that's really, really beautiful what you just described, I think. Yeah, journey is the key in really translating culture into collective presence and really creating spaces with intention. And what you also described earlier, really breaking out of like existing patterns and just experimenting and really connecting with communities, you know, that's like essential, really like investing in relationships with your people, no matter where they come from, which background, like really engaging with different audiences. And I think along the road you'll realize how fruitful that is, you know, really engaging with different audiences and also co-creating, co-collaborating and really building platforms that are sustainable and meaningful. And I think as a female host, we also have maybe a different responsibility nowadays, because the structures and the dynamics are so patriarchal in a way, and I really hope for more transformation in these realms and worlds, and I think we'll all benefit from that. So yeah, my work is really at the center of community-driven experiences, whether it's art, music, design, and yeah, I think that's the art of like bringing people together with intention, with love, with care and respect.
Well, you mentioned the word collaboration. What are some creative collaborations that you've all worked on that you find have truly transformed your events? Actually, I read an interesting article in Dazed about Playbody, and I actually found your collaborations for your project very interesting. Would you like to elaborate some more on some of the unique things that you guys worked on?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I touched on it earlier, explaining that the collective is quite expansive. The core team is 4, but we work with people from across disciplines. And from the design perspective, so if you were to come to Playbody, you can't really see it online. It's we don't like to display it too much, because actually the beauty is in the effect of people walking into this space and understanding the intention behind it and the detail and the care and the love and the effort, and that moment of walking in and then trying to translate that via words to your friends is actually really powerful for us, because it's a point of intrigue. But the collaboration side of it is we collaborate with other architects and designers, which is always super fun, because we'll give them a brief and they'll come back and it will be always way beyond what we imagined. And then on the music side, we've actually kind of asked our community to take a leap with us. So we have a friend who is an opera singer and a flutist, and they were kind of dabbling in DJing, and we do something called Afterglow, which is the antithesis of the lights going up and the security kicking you out at the end of the night. It's essentially an ambient set where we put soft cushions around the space and we don't kick people out, and we ask people to instead sit, chat, chill, connect. And we asked our friend Seba to do this, and she really she went above and beyond, essentially formed a band and did an hour-long performance about transness, and through music just basically brought the entire club to tears. There was just this emotional upheaval in everybody, and that's just one example of us trying to give opportunities to people to collaborate with Playbody and use it as a platform, because it's there, and that's the essence of what it is. Our tagline is literally design for connection, design for human connection. And so that can mean literally through architecture. It can mean the way that we respond and talk to each other, invite people into the space. And so, yeah, collaboration. We wouldn't be where we are right now if it weren't for the people that we were working with outside of the core team.
I found the stripper poles next to the DJ booth quite interesting.
Yeah. Temporary Pleasure, they're an incredible architectural design studio doing something in the same space as us. They built us a dance pole that lives permanently in the space for the party. It's exquisite.
Thank you for sharing. And Nahida, with Soft Power, I also saw that you're working through collaborations. Would you like to also elaborate on?
Yeah, Soft Power was a special feature project for Berlin Art Week, and we started collaborating with Haus der Visionäre and Sonnenraum this year, and I really value this collaboration because it's intergenerational and transdisciplinary and, you know, like really open for co-creation. So I think what you also described earlier, like, you know, the people who come and the people who participate in the creation of a project, whether it's an exhibition, an immersive experience, a concert, a performance, or a party, it's like, you know, collaboratively building something that is sustainable. And the work with the people from Haus der Visionäre has been incredibly fruitful. And I think also this space is really telling us where Berlin was heading culturally. It's very experimental, it's independent, and it's holds this vision high of like an inclusive, transdisciplinary space, exploring culture in all its facets. And I think culture nowadays is also not only collective presence and a place where people want to be and connect and engage, but it's also a place of resistance. So it's important to nurture that and to invest in it and to collaborate with institutions, whether it's Berlin Art Week, Gallery Weekend. I mean, this is very much embedded within the art industry, but I think the intersection between art and music is so important, so powerful, and there is so much more space to explore ways to create together. And I think there is a big longing. People long for these very sensitive, intentional, creative spaces.
I agree. And Yukai, with Maya, how do you and your team collaborate with promoters that want to come into your space and perhaps pitch an idea that you all don't have already going at the venue?
We are very open to it. We actually like to collaborate with everyone, like communities. It's important for us because, as you say, like Maya is like the mother. We try, and then we really like to have really different communities. And we have been collaborating a lot with almost the whole Berlin.
Yeah, so I spoke with your colleague Aziz yesterday, and he mentioned that parties like Pornceptual have happened at Maya, and that I found that
next year we'll have.
Yeah, I found that very interesting. Yeah.
It's for us. It's important. We are, as you know, black-owned. This is something I also have to say here. Most of the times, especially in the beginning, just because it's black-owned and like the theme is like. Black diaspora and everything, people always used to ask, is this place only for black people? Is the event only for black? No, it's black owned, but it doesn't mean it's only for black. This is something that's really, sometimes we have also, that's why I say Maya is education. And we are open, of course, for all the communities. Yes, we do a lot of events that is like for black people, but because this is our space, we have, after 100 years, we have our space to do our own thing, but we're still open for everyone, so it's no problem.
That's the way to move forward.
Yeah.
And how do you all balance artistic ambition with financial restrictions? So you're laughing, so I'm gonna ask you first.
Yeah, it's really fucking hard. It's really hard, and you have to be real with yourself, because you are not going to operate at the size that we are with the ambitions that we have, which is to not grow the club with 350 capacity, and it will never go any bigger. We've been offered big festival stages and declined because we will lose the essence of the party. We're going to grow sideways. We're doing like a big interior design job for a Kink Members Club in London, for instance. You know, we're going to design products, but in this space, the live event space, it's really, really difficult. Even though we own our own space, we take the money from the bar, we take the ticket money. The project is really ambitious, and for it to stand on its own 2 feet, we pretty much have to reinvest all the money back into it. So we're actually looking at other ways to make money long term that isn't through this. And I think it's kind of indicative as to where the industry is at the moment, because it's really hard to make money when you're small. The big players take it all, and it's leaving a big gulf in between. So if you're medium-sized or you're a small venue, for instance, right now is a struggle, but I do have faith that we're going to see things go underground again, and at that point, the economy of it starts to reimburse the people that have been able to withstand this period right now. I don't think all is lost. I think that we just have to be real with ourselves and kind of push for the long term and actually think of creative ways to make money, because if you really want to do a party and you want to do it for all the right reasons, you're not the person that's trying to get the paycheck. So just stick at it. We're about to go through a period, in my opinion, where we're going to come out the other side and everyone's going to do really well. So bunker down, do the right thing, and get creative. See how else you can make money that doesn't kind of, take from, if it's a party, the core of what it is. Do not compromise, because if you watch Nick's talk just before this, you will know that it will eat you alive if you do that. If you came in it for one purpose and you realize then that you've come out the other side and all of that purpose has disappeared, then you will be filled with regret.
So no corporate sponsorships. I'm joking.
Do you take what you can? Like, honestly, if it feels good, do it, take it. But yeah, we personally are not going to do that.
Of course. And at Maya?
Yes, this is definitely very difficult at the moment. Everything became more expensive, very expensive. Even if you have the space, you still have to think about you have to pay the people that work there. You have a lot of expenses. But that's also the reason why we have we took one area to give to the collective. They don't pay rent. It's on us. They don't pay rent, or they have to pay the technician, because we know. I come before Maya. I'm also one of the co-founders from Fric de l'Afrique. So I've been on the side of promoter. Now I'm in both promoter and club owner, so I know the difficulties. That's why we give the space, because it's really, the way you said, it's very difficult at the moment. And for us, we always have to see at night how the event goes. Because maybe people say, oh, the space is already used, but we have expenses to pay, we have stuff to pay. So it's very difficult at the moment. The time will go by someday, but in the moment, yeah, it is.
Yes, financial margins are quite tight in the event industry at the moment. And I can speak more on the electronic dance music side. Things, overhead expenses aren't getting cheaper. Artist fees are rising. So it's really hard for the techno industry as well as on the club side. We see some clubs closing in Berlin. But from the art side, can you please share how artistic ambitions?
I agree with everything you said, and I think it's important to develop alternative strategies to monetize. And everything is not translated into money, but creating an environment where people can multiply, different transactions in different ways. For instance, like inviting small businesses to have a debut at an event and then continue their businesses outside of the series, but connecting with the community, for instance. So creating places to learn and grow. And it's not easy. I've been also facing these big challenges in the industry, and I think it's important to stay authentic and to be still open-minded to collaborate with corporates, because you know what, we have to exchange with other people who have different mindsets and to teach and educate each other, because you do need sometimes support from people who respect the space and respect the people behind it. And it's important to not close down these walls and be in touch with people and scenes. But yeah, I mean, this topic is, you can talk about it for long.
Yeah, that could have been a panel of its own. Yeah. And we've mentioned the word community a lot throughout this talk. I guess another point of this topic is audience development. How do we create the venues or expand the venues to be more than just a space by becoming a cultural hub or essentially an adult community center for attendees, rather than just, I also go back and forth on this as a promoter myself. What can we do to create community and give back and have a space where people can feel like come in even during, off hours by offering workshops and panels? Like, are there any other ideas that you all have had in the past or coming up in the future to do so as well?
Yeah, I think a turning point for us, or just kind of an extension of what we were trying to do, but it kind of was a realization moment, was we were invited by the V&A to put on a night for the opening of their new site, which is in East London. Huge opportunity. Like, they gave us quite a lot of money to program this thing, and we sat down and we had this very, very long list of all these people that we've ever wanted to book. And by the end of the meeting, we had a list of 8 artists, and they were all our friends. Because we realized that, we could spend this money on, artists with agents and people we didn't know, but actually we have a community around us of musicians and DJs and artists who really want a platform. And for instance, a trans artist to go into the V&A and perform in front of 900 people who have never heard of them before is a statement. And that's what we did. And it was a kind of moment where we put a marker in the road and said, this is what we're always going to do now. We're going to build Playbody not just for us, but we're going to build it for the people around us. And we're going to keep feeding them back into it, and they're going to keep feeding back to us. And that's exactly what's happened. So our 2-year anniversary is coming up. We're doing a 3-day thing. So the club's in the middle. We've got Young Boy Dancing Group on the Friday, and Seba, the person that I spoke about earlier, approached us and said that they want to do an ambient night with us. And we've wanted to do that from the start, just had no capacity. And so now Seba's has programmed an exceptional lineup for the Sunday, and we're going to open the doors of the space, and people are going to come in and they're going to listen to ambient music, and we're all going to chill together. And this is just an example of this. To us is what community means. It means really getting to know people and not just kind of slapping a sticker on something and being like, community. Like, it's work. It's putting your intentions forward, and it really does feed back. It feels like we're in this beautiful feedback loop. All these people that we're meeting that believe in us and we believe in them, and giving each other opportunities. 2 of our artists that work with us a lot were on the Mercury Prize Awards 2 weeks ago with FKA Twigs, because she wants a piece of what we're doing. Like, it really, really does give back. And I think had the V&A thing happened and we had have gone down the route of spending all the money on people that we didn't know, I actually don't think that I would be sitting here right now. I don't think the growth of the platform would have happened in the way that it did. And so I would, through the experience that I've had, recommend doing things like this. Work with people that you love and that are just as good as that person with a massive manager, and 100K followers.
Don't let community be a buzzword.
But they can also be your friends, right? Like the people with the big managers.
They can, and that's the thing as well. Like, as I say, I've worked in music for so long that we do arguably book headliners for Playbody as well, but they are also our friends. They're friends of friends. They're people we know. And a side note, we're small capacity, so we can do this. There is a limit to this, whereby maybe you need to sell 2,000 tickets, and this isn't a viable way of working. But for us, it really works at this scale.
And at Maya, how do you all, well, actually, I have heard that on Mondays, you'll have industry nights. so workers from Berlin come and attend?
Yeah, that's Maya Mondays. This is like, it is nice. We just decided, like, one day we were just sitting there, we thought, like, we know how hard it is to work at night, to have all this, like, if you're a barkeeper, if you're a cleaner, if you're, you know, whatever it is, like, you work at night, it's so difficult. And you just needed this day for you. So we have Maya normally on Mondays. We don't work, like it's free. Right? So we decided to do this Maya Monday, where we invite all the like people who work in the club, all the workers who come and relax. So we had this idea, so we wrote to Club Commission. We sent emails, we did all this kind of stuff, and yeah, it worked. So every Monday, everyone just wants to relax. If you work at clubs, you can come to Maya and swim. You have massage. We have someone who does it. We have open decks if you're a DJ and you just want to play. This what the first day it felt like okay. The second day it was really good. The second week, and now it just became the Maya Monday, and it's really cool. And only people who work in the nighttime, like in the weekend or in the club, can join.
And how does that work? Is there a cover charge? And how do people prove that they're an employee of Berlin nightlife?
Yeah, when you come in, you have to show us a proof that you work there, or you have to show us something. I mean, sometimes I also know who works there or not. Yeah, so yeah, they have to show that they work there, and because now it's becoming bigger and bigger. We have next year we have to have definitely another method, because the last time we already had this thing that somebody came with a friend and a friend and a friend, but this is not our aim. This is really only for the people who work in the nighttime. Yeah.
Thank you, Anahira. Are there?
I just wanted to talk like more about like real like communities, right? Like we need to talk about that more, like creating spaces where we actually engage in these discourses and talk about it and make it more a culture. You know, I really enjoy listening to you and learning, and for us to like come together and learn from each other and empower each other and to grow together. I think, yeah, it's quite inspiring. And what you also said earlier, investing in relationships. I mean, this is what it is essentially, and learning how to like invest in these relationships in a meaningful and loving way. And then it's a huge benefit for everyone involved.
And throughout building community, like you mentioned, some of the people bring a friend, and then the friend brings a friend. But aside from these like more specific events where they're for Berlin nightlife workers, when you're all hosting events, how do you turn newcomers or casuals into people who are attending your events frequently and permanently after their first time? Are there any strategies or?
Yeah, we normally talk a lot. I'm the kind of person I talk with my guests. I love talking to them to find out like what they liked, what they don't like, and we normally sometimes take like emails and ask them if they want to come back, things like that. Yeah, but also for community, going back to community things, we started also like in Maya doing this specific for, like we have on Tuesdays, we have this Beat and Bites. It's really community-based, where we introduce a country. Just say like, for example, the first Tuesday we introduced Kenya, for example. And then in this day, only food from Kenya will be served, and the music from Kenya. And this is a way of celebrating this community, and everyone, of course, is welcome. It's not like only for the Kenyan community. Everyone is welcome. Even I learned a lot about the Kenyan community. So it's Kenya, South Africa, Angola, all these African communities, we try to showcase like this Tuesday only for them. And this is a way of like putting the community together, working with the community. Because we, and myself, I was born in Angola. I don't know, yes, I'm Mongolian, I'm African, but I don't know, I have no idea of the whole Africa. So we work with communities to come to Maya, and we learn also like, yeah, everything else. So we work together a lot with communities to get to know, yeah.
I find that very interesting that your space is targeted towards the African community through the events and through the music. Do you find that you have a good range of an audience from different African countries? And how do you find that takes place? Do you think it's just word of mouth, or do you think people like are on Google and they're like African space in Berlin? Because even I was surprised to see that there was an African dedicated space in Berlin. So how did you get the word out for such a project?
I mean, people already knew us from Freak de l'Afrique because they knew our work. We just carry on doing it, what we do best. Like, of course, it's bit and bite. People heard about it, and yeah, I think word of mouth was more kind of.
I definitely want to come on a Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, we have every day like simple, different themes. Yeah.
Nice. And have you all found that audience expectations have shifted over the years when they're coming out to an event? Or do you find that each time you're just able to essentially copy and paste each formula? Or do you find that your events, you have to keep it interesting in order to keep attendance up per event?
I think shift a lot. Because now people are not just coming. I mean, before the pandemic, you used to go to a club. I say from my experience, you go to a club, you dance, okay. But now, people are searching for something, belonging. You want to have something else. It's not just partying. You want to learn something. You want to connect. People really want to connect now more than ever. That's how I see. I think it's the way we used to party before the pandemic is totally different now. I see even Maya, that's what I said before, we have these screens, people just don't dance, they go to the screen, they read, they're looking for something like to see, we have this party, Cirque de l'Afrique, where we have all these fireworks, everything. People are just not partying. People go around, look at stuff, connect, and that's the way people are acting now at events. Yeah,
I think the values are key. The values behind the event series, like talking about values again. What are your values as a host, as a booker, as an artist, really, and creating spaces of values, and I think nourishing that and cultivating that and speaking about that also is super important, and in creating a space where people feel seen and where people can relate and identify, and that's where things can grow. And I think obviously you have to be relevant and interesting and people wanting to be part of it, right? But it's the values behind it, and knowing who you are, where you want to go, where you come from, and sharing that with your audience as well.
Cass, is there anything you'd like to add to that as well?
Yeah, I think the internal team always want to kind of push the party, push the fold, push what we're doing, at the same time as not necessarily rejuvenating, the flow of people who come through. You have to have a password to buy a ticket. You're essentially vetted, and the vetting system is through Instagram, and it's based on things like how many friends do we have in common. Because we want the atmosphere in the room to feel like you know everyone. And so we've been doing it for 2 years now, and the past 6 6 months have just been insane. The parties are just evolving almost organically in a way where, we may launch a new design, and that's our kind of internal way of pushing things forward, giving some people something new. The last party, we launched a piece called Human Trolley, whereby there is a trolley that is pushed around the party and the tray is on someone's back. We serve fruit. Internally, that's how we're pushing it, but through the people that come, we're not looking to, reach the masses. In fact, we really want people to come again and return to the party rather than have this fresh flow, because what it's creating is this atmosphere of radical freedom inside the space where people will do things that they wouldn't usually do, and women especially are able to express themselves in the space with freedom and safety, and know that they are not going to be looked upon with any sort of judgment. And I personally haven't been to a space that is built for women in this way, or femme-presenting people, where you can truly just let go without the male gaze interfering with what's happening. And it's not to say there aren't men in the space. There are, but there is a decorum and an agreement before you step in the space as to how you're going to be. And because we do vet, it's similar type of people, friends of friends, and we really ask people not to share the password too wide and only with people that they trust. And so that community and that kind of we don't feel like we need to rejuvenate anything externally. It's kind of almost grounding everyone that comes in and making sure that everyone knows each other.
Creating spaces of intimacy. I think this is so beautiful,
Exactly.
So as
Intimacy is a
host,
key word.
Yeah, places of intimacy and depth and shared resonance. And I think also the concept of hospitality also comes to my mind, as an Iranian, hospitality is at the heart, at the center of our culture. And I think there's so many cultures around the world where we can learn so much through hospitality, through performative hospitality, and really engage through this intercultural dialogue as well. So I think there is an art behind hosting, and women are particularly good at it.
Well, I agree. Well, we're approaching the last minutes here, so I'll ask some final questions. With the current system that's currently in place, if there's anything that you could all change, what would that be with the live events ecosystem?
It's such a big question.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there are many factors that go into the ecosystem of live events. But
what would you change?
Yeah.
Just curious.
I'm asking the questions.
Why? I'm also asking a question here.
I think there are many factors that could be changed. I guess one of them could be the representation of underrepresented groups. I know we had a spike post Black Lives Matter, and with every movement that's come over the last 10 years, there's fatigue that comes, and then with fatigue comes erasure of memory, because then everything returns back to normality. So I think that's a focus that should return back into the minds of the live events industry and I'm not saying that women shouldn't be represented, because that's absolutely, it should be all groups across the board, but the same power that has gone in, I can only say that for techno, that has gone in with pushing more women forward towards the front, that can go towards also other groups to represent them. I know there are artists that have in their clause, I won't play if it's an all-male lineup. So, something similar can be I've seen it for other groups as well, but not as much as I'm not playing on an old dude lineup. So that's something that I think.
Yeah, not just the artists, the club owners, the technicians, the bookers, the curation, everything should be more, diverse.
And that also shows on the club level with employees that work there. So from the booking office to the back office to the club level, I think that we have a very well balanced organization, including with our bouncers. Me as a black artist, when I pull up to the door, I know I'm not going to be met with a certain level of scrutiny because everyone there is black or Arab, and it's kind of like, yo, what's up? And there's not this like, who are you, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of like, oh, what's up, we remember you, and I feel it's more welcoming from that fact, because there's been other German clubs that I've played at that you kind of pull up and they're kind of like, who are you? Because I don't fit the mold of the typical techno DJ. So they sometimes think that I'm a guest or that I'm a rapper coming for the night. So, yeah.
Yes, I just go back to what you said, diverse. I also wish like this word diverse is not just a word. Sometimes I get tired of hearing diverse, but you don't really see it.
It's a slogan often.
It's just
it's another buzzword, yeah.
Yeah, so if you really mean it, do it. I mean, that's what we did also. I just say my own example in Maya, we really tried to, we're doing it, diverse. When you go in the bar, you see diverse, not only black, you see Arab, you see really a diverse barkeepers. In the door, diverse. Do it, because this name is really, sometimes you get tired of it. So just talking doesn't, that's how I see this. Yeah.
Well, we have our first guest, so would you like to share something?
Yeah, I think I would like to add 1 or 2 points in here. I'm just really bored seeing the same names over and over and over in the clubs, in the festivals, here and there. I think the bookers should be taking a bit more risks, just booking some maybe underrepresented artists, like what you said. And I was just seeing this video yesterday, and this guy was talking about how the representation of the smaller booking agencies went from 60-70% to 15-20% in these places. And this is a huge change. So therefore, looking at these bigger agencies working with bigger festivals and organizations, they have all these like package bookings that they sell their artists, and therefore we just keep seeing the same artists in every place. And this bothers me. I want to explore music, and I want to explore new artists, and I want to go to these places to come back home feeling inspired. And if I keep seeing the same names on the lineups, eventually I will get bored and I will not go to these places, but I want to go to these places. So I think there's a huge amount of work that the booker should take the risk and maybe start exploring alternative ways how you can bring a bit more color into your lineup and a bit more fun, and just do the homework. Basically, you're a booker, your homework is to explore artists, go to places, talk to NR, and just bring in new fresh talents so we can explore these people. And so I think that's one thing, how you can actually have a huge impact in the live industry. And I think this is the point that I would like to add in here, and I think it will probably create a lot of impact.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think perhaps for smaller parties like Playbody, it might be easier to take a risk with the artists that you're booking because of your capacity being at 350, like you mentioned earlier. I know for bigger festivals or bigger events, they get scared just due to like the financial risks and also the financial losses of coming off the pandemic, that they feel scared to invest in an artist that they don't know or don't think that can pull the guests, because a lot of times, and we also talked about this earlier, was what's making people get off the couch. And if they don't think that the artist with a smaller following is gonna get the people to come off the couch, then it becomes a thing of, why do we spend this money when there's like a cost to risk factor that they start to consider, when I can just maybe invest another 5 to 1,000 and another artist that has this pool, and then you become into this like cycle of like bigger, and then what means bigger, and a lot of times that's when you start to see the drop off, because the higher you go up in the hierarchy of how big the artists are, the less you see representation.
Can I add something to what you said? I think this also has to do a lot, not only with the booker, also a higher position, because I just say from my own experience, like there's some event series that came to Maya, and the whole dishes were only like white, and we said this we don't want. It's your event and everything, but we want a diverse in the lineup. That's our terms in Maya, and it worked. So it's always when you, the club owner, booker, really, that's why I say this diverse, really, you live for it, it's true, then you do it. If it's just a word, of course it won't make, it's like, I like what you said, and this is also a very big topic that we've been having, that, yeah.
This could also be a panel of its own.
100%.
Yeah.
I think from what you said, you know, we are in this vicious cycle now. Everything is just being more and more capitalized, right? Everything is just based on money. And now there is this big capital buying the festivals, buying the organizations, and they're just pouring the money to make this a more capitable space to just earn more money, basically. So therefore, I think our work lies in how we can keep the underground alive, right? We need to nurture these places. We need to go to these places. We need to talk to these people. And we need to make space for these places to emerge. You need to support your parties. Buy your fucking ticket. Don't ask for guest list. Just buy your ticket. Come on, it's 15, 20. If you're going out, just buy your ticket. Support this organization. Support this party. I mean, this is how we keep it alive. You know, if we don't want to get eaten by the big tech, we need to put our work in it. And I think this is the way out if we are not going to be swallowed very soon. So thank you for giving me space.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for contributing. I think we might be just up on time.
I was about to say that's a beautiful way of ending this.
Yeah.
I hope we had more guests. Like, yeah.
Does anybody else have anything? Oh, okay. Oh.
Hi, it's so cool to sit here, honestly. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this space and for this talk. I organize an event for Ukrainian queer community very soon, and I wasn't worrying. I represent a venue, but then they asked me to improve the security concept, especially the face control, like to make sure that only safe people are coming in, and make sure that, like, if there is something going on, people will immediately go to awareness team. Maybe you have some tips how to kind of make sure that it's safe.
I'm not sure that I understood. Do you work with an awareness team or?
No, I represent a venue and I organize, like, kind of help to organize the event, but I have to like improve the face control.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Face control? What?
Face control.
Like selection. Yeah.
Door picking.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Okay.
It's.
But this is not
okay,
your
it's
job.
not so in English. Sorry.
If I understood properly, this is not your job. I think you have a security. You have what do you call this in selector.
Are you talking about awareness that you need to cover during the events?
Kind of how to improve like the security inside of the event, because like we don't really have a security who like the security team, but we have awareness team.
So some people who are more in touch with the crowd and are there to support the security team. Okay, I understand. And so you will be selecting people on the door as well.
Me not, but my team.
Okay. So, it's ticketed.
or they buy on the door?
On the door.
Okay. I would, so what we do at Playbody is we have a woman called Liat, and Liat is not someone that you want to argue with, and she's been in the scene for a really, really long time, which is the most important thing. So she has been around way longer than we have, and she knows people, she understands the kind of dramas that have gone on in other spaces, and this intel is super, super important, because what you cannot do is just judge someone by the way they look, of course.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's the complete opposite of what we want to do. So having someone who actually has knowledge and knows everybody that's coming to your door is the most important thing. I would spend all my time and effort in finding that person who's been around for a very long time, understands the nuance of this scene, and is really, really deeply entrenched, because they're the only person really, truly, more so than I do. I could not stand on that door and pick who does and doesn't come in. I don't have the right, I haven't been in the scene long enough. But you could argue that Liat really, really does. So I would find this person and spend all of your energy. And then the internal awareness team, find some really kind people that party a lot and have the credentials. So they've done some training and they're able to really support the people who maybe need it inside the space. But I think that door person's really, really key, and yeah, there should be someone that...
Afterwards, I can give you contact of people who really know this.
Yeah, thank you.
Select, yeah, I will give you after.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. So yeah, that's all we have for time, so we're going to wrap up. Thank you all for joining today's discussion on this topic, and everyone else on the outside of the fishbowl. And hope to see you all again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for such a nice conversation, super important topics. Today was a very inspiring day when we were talking about sustainability, not only with the industry, with the world, with the people who collaborate. We talked about sober partying, we talked about communities, we talked about like our identity beyond our work. This was so inspiring. So thank you for today. Tomorrow we have 90 people also as panelists. We have 8 stages. Come around. Here at 7:45, Alex Stolze is going to play, and you're welcome to stay. See you soon. Ciao, ciao. Thank you.
As I dive in sunken oceans, I'm surrounded by now. On and on I fall upside down. No end and no beginning, and it's leading nowhere. And on I'm gone. My senses left me, I'm on my own. And it goes on.